Hey guys, tonight we embark on a journey, a very slow, very quiet journey back to the banks of the fertile Nile into the daily life, or rather the daily gentle grind of an ancient Egyptian papyrus maker. Imagine, if you will, a time long before your super soft mattress and your morning doom scroll, a time when the height of luxury was a slightly less lumpy reed mat, and the only notification you'd get was the sun insistently poking you in the eye. You'll be stepping into the sandals, or more often the bare feet, of someone whose entire day revolves around transforming a humble water plant into the very foundation of recorded history, one sticky sun-dried sheet at a time. It's a craft of immense patience, a testament to making something extraordinary from the ordinary. Now a little reality check for you. While it sounds rustic and charming, surviving the daily realities of ancient Egypt, with its interesting approach to sanitation and healthcare, primarily involving optimistic prayers and some rather questionable poultices, probably wouldn't be your ideal wellness retreat. You'd likely last about as long as a modern smartphone battery in a pyramid. Not very. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. I'd also love to see where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your corner of the world. So drop a comment below. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The very first hint of awareness arrives not as a thought, but as a subtle shift in the quality of nothingness that has cradled you for hours. It's a gradual lessening of the deep, velvety black that presses against your closed eyelids, a slow transformation into something akin to the bruised purple of a fading twilight, or perhaps the rich, dark skin of a ripe fig. You are not yet awake, not truly, but some ancient primal part of your being registers this almost imperceptible change, this gentle nudge from the cosmos that the world is once again turning itself towards the light. There is no sound that pulls you from slumber, no jarring alarm from a bronze disc being struck, no rooster heralding a dawn it mistakenly believes it has summoned. Here in your small mud brick dwelling, the transition from sleep to wakefulness is as soft and unhurried as the Nile's current in the dry season. You feel a slight coolness on your left cheek, the one pressed against the woven reed mat that serves as your bed. The reeds are smooth in places worn by countless nights of slumber. Yours and perhaps those of your family members who share this single encompassing room. In other places, a stray fiber, a little rougher than its neighbors, makes a faint indentation on your skin, a tiny temporary hieroglyph that will fade as you begin to move. The air itself has a particular texture this early in the morning. It's cool, almost crisp, carrying the faintest scent of the damp earth that forms the floor beneath your mat, mingled with the lingering, slightly smoky aroma from last night's small cooking fire, now just a pile of pale grey ashes in the shallow hearth. Historians still argue whether the average Egyptian dwelling of your station featured actual framed windows as we might imagine them, or if illumination and ventilation relied more upon these small, high openings in the walls, perhaps a doorway left slightly ajar, or even the porous nature of the roof itself, which might be a simple construction of palm fronds and packed mud. Regardless of the architectural specifics, A sliver of light no brighter than a distant star at first has found its way in. This initial light is not the bold declarative yellow of the midday sun. It is a shy, hesitant gold, the color of acacia honey, and it touches one small patch of the opposite wall, high up near the rough-hewn wooden beam that supports the roof. You watch it through still closed eyelids, sensing its presence more than seeing it. It's as if a divine finger has gently tapped the wall saying, "Soon." And in response, the deeper shadows in the corners of the room seem to stir, to huddle a little closer, reluctant to give way entirely. The silence, too, begins to fray at the edges. At first, you might only register the faint, rhythmic whisper of your own breath in and out, a tiny bellows keeping your own inner spark alive. Then other sounds begin to crystallize out of the quietude. The soft rustle of another sleeping form nearby, perhaps your spouse or one of your children turning over on their own mat, their dreams still clinging to them like mist. You hear the almost inaudible click-clack of a small gecko, a resident of your walls, as it skitters across the dried mud plaster, no doubt on its own early morning hunt for a sleepy beetle. These geckos are considered good luck by some tiny guardians against more unwelcome pests, though their habit of occasionally losing their grip and landing with a soft plop in the most unexpected places can be, shall we say, a bit startling if you're not prepared for an impromptu ceiling critter shower. Your eyelids flutter a tiny involuntary movement. They feel heavy as if weighted with fine sand from the western desert. There's a grittiness there, the residue of sleep. You try to summon the will to open them, but it's like trying to lift a water skin filled to the brim with only your little finger. The effort seems monumental, and for a few more precious moments, you allow yourself to simply float in this liminal space, this peaceful estuary between the land of dreams and the shores of the waking world. A fragment of a dream might still cling to you. Perhaps you were soaring over the vast green delta like a sacred ibis, or poling a skiff through endless fields of towering papyrus, the very plants that will soon occupy your entire day. These images fade quickly, like watercolor paintings left in the rain, leaving behind only a faint emotional echo, a sense of vastness, of greenness. The light on the wall, that single golden patch, is growing. It has expanded from a mere touch to a soft, elongated smear, and its intensity is subtly increasing. It's no longer just acacia honey. There are hints of saffron now, a touch of molten copper. This is the signal. This is Amun-Ra in his magnificent sunbark, beginning his daily journey across the celestial Nile, vanquishing the darkness, bringing life and order to the world. Your own small awakening is a tiny reflection of this cosmic event, a daily ritual of personal renewal that mirrors the sun god's grand procession. There's a certain comfort in this knowing that your waking is part of a much larger, divinely ordained pattern. It doesn't make the prospect of a long day's work any less real, but it frames it with a sense of purpose, however humble. Some say that the scarab beetle, the Khepri, pushing its ball of dung across the earth, is the earthly counterpart to Ra pushing the sun across the sky. You've seen plenty of those determined little beetles on your way to the marshes. Perhaps there's something to be said for finding divine inspiration in the most industrious, if not always the most glamorous of creatures. With a slow, deliberate effort, you peel one eyelid open, then the other. The light, even this gentle dawn light, seems startlingly bright for a moment, and you blink several times, your eyelashes like tiny ineffective awnings. The first thing you truly see is the familiar pattern of the woven reeds just inches from your nose, their parallel lines a miniature landscape of hills and valleys. Then your gaze drifts upwards past the rough texture of the mud brick wall to that growing patch of golden light. It really is quite beautiful in a simple, unadorned way. No grand pronouncements, just a quiet, persistent unfolding of the day. You can now make out the faint outline of the wooden beam, its surface showing the marks of the adze that shaped it, a silent testament to another craftsman's labor. Perhaps a small dusty spider web, spun with an engineer's precision, shimmers faintly in a corner, its architect wisely staying out of sight. You become aware of a deeper ache in your shoulders, a stiffness in your lower back. The usual morning complaints from a body that spends its days engaged in physical labor and its nights on a surface that wouldn't exactly win any awards for orthopedic support. You imagine that even the great pharaoh, on his gilded bed with linens fine as cobwebs, probably has a moment or two where he feels like an old statue that's been left out in the elements for too long. It's the great equalizer, this morning stiffness. You wonder if the vizier, with all his important scrolls and pronouncements, ever feels an urgent need for a good back scratch he can't quite reach. A soft sigh escapes your lips, a cloud of warmer air briefly misting in the cool room. It's the sigh of acceptance. The night is over, the day is here. Time to engage the muscles to set the limbs in motion. You push yourself up onto one elbow, the reed mat creaking softly beneath you. The movement sends a cascade of minor protests through your joints, each one a tiny sleepy complaint. You pause, letting your head hang for a moment, feeling the blood shift, the world slowly coming into sharper focus. The earthen floor looks cold, its surface a mixture of packed dirt and fine pale dust. You can see the faint impressions where your own feet rested yesterday evening. Around you, the other occupants of your small home are still lost to the world of sleep. On a mat nearby, your spouse lies curled on their side, their breathing a soft, steady rhythm. One arm is flung out, their fingers loosely curled, as if still holding onto a dream. Further away, a smaller bundle of reeds and rough-spun linen indicates where one of your children sleeps, their small chest rising and falling, almost imperceptibly. It's a scene of profound peace, a fragile bubble of domestic calm in a world that can often be harsh and demanding. You try to be as quiet as possible, mindful of their rest. The luxury of a slow awakening is not afforded to everyone every day. Some mornings, the needs of a young child or an early task might shorten this gentle transition considerably. You swing your legs over the side of the mat, your bare feet meeting the surprising coolness of the packed earth floor. It's a sensation that truly anchors you to the waking world, a direct connection to the very substance of the land of Kemet. You sit there for a moment on the edge of your humble bed, your shoulders slightly slumped, your hands resting on your knees. You can now hear more distinct sounds from outside. The distant braying of a donkey, impatient for its morning feed, or perhaps just making its presence known to the universe. Donkeys are like that, full of self-importance. The cooing of pigeons from a nearby rooftop, a sound so common it's almost part of the silence. perhaps the low moo of a cow from a neighbor's small enclosure. These are the sounds of life stirring the village, slowly coming awake around you like a large sleepy beast stretching its limbs. Reaching beside your mat, your fingers brush against a small smooth amulet, perhaps a faience wadjet, the eye of Horus for protection and health, or a little ankh charm. Many people keep such things close during sleep, believing they ward off malevolent spirits or grant good dreams. Historians, of course, debate the precise level of belief versus tradition in such practices, but for you it's just a small comforting presence in the darkness, like an old friend. You don't consciously think about its theological implications, it's just there. You pick it up, its surface cool against your palm, then tuck it safely into a small pouch or a fold in your simple linen kilt or tunic that you'll soon don. Your gaze falls upon a rough clay pot in the corner, filled with water fetched from the local well or perhaps even the Nile itself yesterday evening. Water, the source of all life in this arid land. You feel the dryness in your mouth, the slight stickiness on your tongue. Morning breath in ancient Egypt was probably a formidable thing, a potent reminder of last night's onions or dried fish, especially before the widespread adoption of anything more than a frayed stick for dental hygiene. You make a mental note to chew on a fresh reed later for a bit of rudimentary cleaning. Some wealthier individuals might have access to natron, that versatile salty compound used for everything from mummification to cleaning as a kind of mouthwash, but for most nature's toothbrush would have to suffice. It makes you wonder if public speakers or court officials had assistants whose sole job was to stand at a polite distance offering fragrant herbs before any important pronouncements. Probably not, but it's an amusing thought. Slowly, carefully, you rise to your feet. Your knees crackle a bit, like dry twigs snapping. You stretch, reaching your arms up towards the low ceiling, your fingers brushing against the rough underside of the palm fronds or reeds that form the roofing material. It's a good stretch, sending a wave of warmth through your torso and down your arms. You arch your back, trying to work out the kinks from the night. For a moment, you are a tall, proud cedar of Lebanon, or at least a reasonably well-aligned papyrus stalk. The illusion lasts but a moment before gravity and the reality of your station gently pull you back down to your normal 5-foot-something stature. You pad softly across the cool earth floor to the water pot. Scooping up a little water with a simple clay cup, you splash it onto your face. The water is cool, not icy, and it feels refreshing, chasing away the last vestiges of sleepiness from your eyes. You rub your face briskly, then run your damp hands through your hair. It's a simple ablution, a way of marking the transition from the private world of sleep to the more public world of the day. There's no mirror to check your reflection, of course. Your image might be glimpsed fleetingly in the still surface of the water in the pot, if the light is just right, a shadowy, indistinct version of yourself. Perhaps it's better that way. The day's work is what matters, not whether your hair is perfectly arranged according to the latest Theban fashion, which for a papyrus maker usually involves it being tied back practico style anyway. The light filtering into the room is stronger now, painting broader strokes of gold and pale yellow across the walls and floor. The room is still dim, but objects are clearly discernible. The gentle curve of a storage jar leaning against a wall, a pile of neatly folded linen garments, the dark, unlit circle of the hearth. You can smell the dust motes dancing in the sunbeams, a dry, ancient scent that is the perfume of Egypt itself. You take a deep breath. The air is still relatively fresh before the heat of the day, and the smells of cooking fires, animals, and communal living become more pronounced. This is your moment of quiet, a brief pause before the rhythm of work takes over. You think ahead to the day, the journey to the marshes, the feel of the cool water on your legs as you wade in to select the best stalks, the rhythmic swing of the sickle, the bundling, the carrying, then the meticulous, almost meditative work of stripping, slicing, soaking, pressing, drying, and smoothing. Each step familiar, ingrained through years of repetition. You are a craftsman, a pretender to the art of Thoth. The god of wisdom, and writing for it is your work that allows his words and the words of scribes to be recorded. Papyrus. The word itself seems to whisper of rustling reeds and flowing ink. You know the good spots in the marsh, the places where the stalks grow thick and tall, their triangular stems a vibrant green. You know how to judge the age of a plant by its color and texture, how to avoid the ones that are too young and tender or too old and woody. It's a knowledge passed down, a skill honed through practice, not learned from any scroll. There's a certain satisfaction in this life despite its hardships. The feeling of transforming raw nature into something useful, something that will carry stories, accounts, prayers, perhaps even a love poem or two across time. You might not see the final destination of every sheet you produce. Some will go to the local temple, some to a government official, some perhaps even traded far down the Nile. But you know that each one is a small vessel of potential. Historians will one day pore over fragments of these sheets, piecing together the grand tapestry of your civilization, and they'll likely debate the exact socio-economic status of a provincial papyrus maker in your particular era. Bless their well-meaning, scroll-dusted hearts. You just know you need to make enough good sheets to trade for grain, for oil, for the occasional piece of brightly colored faience jewelry for your spouse, or a new wooden toy for your child. You move towards the doorway of your home. It's not a grand entrance, just an opening in the mud brick wall, perhaps covered by a hanging reed mat for privacy, or to keep out the worst of the nighttime chill or insects. You pull the mat aside if there is one, its dry reeds rustling like secrets being shared. Before you step out, you pause framed in the doorway, a silhouette against the brightening world outside. This is the threshold, the boundary between your small personal world and the larger shared world of the village and the work that awaits. You take another deep breath, filling your lungs with the morning air, a concoction of river dampness, dry earth, and the faint, indefinable scent of 1,000 lives being lived in close proximity. It's time to begin. Your tools, your simple bronze sickle, and perhaps a net bag for carrying smaller items will be waiting for you, leaning against the outside wall or tucked in a familiar spot. The path to the marshes is well trodden, a dusty ribbon winding its way towards the green abundance of the river's edge. You take your first step outside, the air a little cooler now against your face as you emerge from the insulated warmth of the mud brick walls. It's time to begin your day, a day like many others, yet unique in its own small unfolding, a tiny single thread in the vast, intricate weave of life along the Nile. The air as you step fully out from the comparative shelter of your home does indeed feel a degree cooler, carrying a dampness that speaks of the nearby river even before you can truly see its shimmering expanse. It's a fresh coolness, the kind that makes you draw your linen kilt or simple tunic a little closer for a moment, a fleeting, almost pleasant shiver that runs from your shoulders down to your ankles. You pause for a moment, allowing your eyes to adjust to the broader canvas of the dawning sky. The intense gold that was previously confined to a small patch on your wall is now splashed across the eastern horizon, a magnificent silent announcement. The undersides of a few wispy clouds are tinged with a delicate rose pink, like the petals of a desert flower. It's the kind of sunrise that artists, if they had the time or the inclination for such leisurely pursuits as capturing dawns, would despair of ever truly replicating. Fortunately, your job involves wrestling with reeds, not wrestling with pigments to match the divine palette. Leaning against the mud brick wall of your dwelling, just where you left them last evening, are your tools. They are few and simple. Your primary companion for the first part of the day is a small curved sickle, its bronze blade carefully sharpened, the wooden handle worn smooth and dark from years of your grip. Bronze not quite as efficient as the iron tools that are whispered about in far-off lands or used by the pharaoh's well-equipped soldiers, but it's what you have, and it serves its purpose well enough against the relatively soft stems of the papyrus. Beside it might be a coil of rope made from palm fibers, useful for bundling the harvested stalks, and perhaps a sturdy woven net bag for carrying your midday meal or any interesting finds from the marsh, though usually the only interesting finds are more mud and the occasional curious frog. You pick up the sickle, its familiar weight, a comforting presence in your hand, its coolness seeping into your palm. The rope you sling over your shoulder and the empty bag dangles from your other hand, or is perhaps tucked into your kilt. You are not the only soul stirring in this small cluster of dwellings that constitutes your immediate neighborhood. A thin ribbon of smoke, pale grey against the increasingly bright sky, already unspools from the roof of a nearby hut, where the village baker, a man whose arms are perpetually dusted with flour, and whose temper is said to be as fiery as his oven, is no doubt coaxing his flames to life. You might catch the faintest tantalizing whiff of that baking bread, a promise of sustenance that will have to wait. Further down the narrow winding path, you see another figure, a woman balancing a large empty clay pot on her head, with an enviable grace, her silhouette stark against the dawn. She's heading towards the communal well, or the river bank, the first of many such trips she'll make today. There's no cheery exchange of "good morning" or "lovely sunrise, isn't it?" as you might expect in a more bustling, less sleep-addled environment. Here, in the soft light of early morning interactions, are often muted a silent acknowledgement, perhaps a slight nod of the head, if your paths cross directly, a shared understanding of the day's labor commencing without the need for unnecessary words. Everyone is conserving their energy, it seems, for the tasks ahead. It's the ancient Egyptian equivalent of not talking to someone before they've had their first cup of, well, water, or perhaps a sip of last night's rather weak beer. You begin your walk. The path is not a grand paved avenue. It is a simple track worn into the earth by generations of bare feet and the occasional hoof of a donkey. It's uneven with patches of soft yielding dust that puffs up in tiny clouds around your ankles with each step, and other sections where small sun-baked pebbles make you watch your footing a little more carefully. You know every dip and rise of this path, every stubborn root that threatens to trip the unwary. You could probably walk it with your eyes closed, though that's generally not recommended given the aforementioned sleeping dogs and other unpredictable obstacles that occasionally materialize. Historians still puzzle over the exact routes these local paths took, whether they were formally planned and maintained as part of a larger infrastructure by local nomarchs, or if they simply evolved organically through centuries of daily foot traffic meandering according to the lay of the land and the collective convenience of the villagers. Looking at this particular track, with its somewhat whimsical disregard for straight lines, you'd probably vote for the organic evolution theory. To your left, a low mud brick wall encloses a small yard where a few scrawny chickens are beginning to peck desultorily at the ground, their movements still slow and jerky, as if their inner mechanisms are only just warming up. One lifts a sleepy eye as you pass, gives a single unenthusiastic cluck, and then returns to its important investigation of a beetle that isn't quite fast enough. Beyond them, a goat tethered to a withered acacia sapling regards you with an expression of philosophical indifference, chewing slowly on something that looks suspiciously like a discarded piece of old matting. These are the sights and sounds of the village periphery, the places where human habitation gradually gives way to the more open land leading towards the river. The air here is a complex tapestry of smells. The dry, earthy scent of the path itself, the slightly acrid aroma of old wood smoke from cooking fires that have long since died down, the unmistakable pungent tang of animal dung, a constant olfactory backdrop to rural life that you've long since learned to filter out, much like modern city dwellers learn to ignore the constant hum of traffic. But woven through these are fresher, cleaner scents, the dew clinging to the sparse blades of grass that somehow manage to survive along the path's edge, the subtle fragrance of a flowering weed you can't quite name, but whose tiny star-like yellow blossoms add a small splash of color to the muted tones of the landscape. You might even pass a small neglected shrine by the side of the path, perhaps just a few stones piled together with a niche for a tiny weathered figure of a household god like Bess, the dwarf deity who protects homes and children. Someone perhaps yesterday has left a small wilting offering of a single desert bloom or a piece of fruit. It's these little, almost unconscious acts of piety that thread through daily life a quiet conversation with the unseen forces that govern fortune and misfortune. As you walk, the sounds around you subtly change. The individual noises of your immediate neighbors, the baker's rhythmic thumping as he kneads his dough, the fisherman calling out to his son as they prepare their nets, begin to fade, replaced by a more general hum. You hear the chirping of unseen birds in the acacia trees that dot the landscape, their calls becoming more insistent as the sun climbs. The buzzing of insects grows louder, a low constant thrum that will be your companion for much of the day, especially near the water. You might pass a fellow villager or two heading in the same general direction, perhaps another reed cutter or someone whose fields lie closer to the riverbank. Again, the greeting is minimal, a shared understanding in the early light. It's the original silent carpool, everyone heading out for the daily commute, powered by their own 2 feet. No traffic jams unless you count waiting for a particularly slow herd of cattle to be driven across the path by a young whistling herdsboy. The path begins to slope gently downwards, now a sure sign you are approaching the Nile's floodplain. The vegetation becomes a little lusher here, the grass is greener and taller. You see clumps of tough, spiky halfa grass, and perhaps the broad heart-shaped leaves of the colocasia plant. An odd piece of local law you recall is that if a young woman washes her hair with water in which colocasia roots have been boiled, she'll ensure her future husband has a good temper. You've never seen any evidence of it working, and the roots themselves are rather unappetizing, but it's one of those little beliefs that get passed around, adding a bit of flavor to the mundane. You also spot a few tamarisk trees. Their feathery foliage, a soft grey-green, their branches often home to chattering sparrows. Looking ahead, you can now catch the first definite, unmistakable glimmer of the Nile itself. It's not the broad, majestic expanse you'd see from a royal barge in one of the great cities like Thebes or Memphis, but here at this local bend, it's a wide silvery ribbon reflecting the morning sky. Its presence changes the air, making it feel heavier, more laden with moisture. The scent of damp earth becomes stronger, mixed with the distinct, slightly sweet, slightly decaying aroma of wet vegetation. The characteristic perfume of the marshes that are your destination. This smell for you is the smell of your livelihood, as familiar and comforting in its own way as the scent of baking bread might be to the baker. The path takes you closer to the river's main bank before veering off towards the shallower backwaters and marshy inlets where the papyrus thrives. You might see a fisherman already out on the water in his small, flimsy-looking skiff, also likely made from papyrus reeds, though of a sturdier, bundled construction than the delicate sheets you produce. He stands perfectly still, a silhouette against the gleaming water, his spear poised, waiting with a patience that rivals your own. Perhaps you see evidence of the constant human effort to manage the Nile's waters. A section of a dike being repaired by a crew of laborers, their rhythmic chanting carrying faintly on the breeze, or a newly dug irrigation channel, its banks still dark with freshly turned earth. These are reminders of the vital, ongoing relationship between the people of Kemet and the great river that sustains them. The success of the annual inundation, the flooding of the Nile that brings the life-giving black silt, is paramount. Preparations for festivals celebrating Hapi, the god of the inundation, are probably subtly underway in the local temple, with priests ensuring all rituals are correctly observed to appease the god and ensure a bountiful flood. A poor flood means a lean year for everyone, papyrus makers included, as less water means fewer healthy reeds and less demand for record-keeping when granaries are low. You notice a peculiar insect scuttling across the path, perhaps a large iridescent beetle with formidable-looking mandibles, or one of those stick insects that are so perfectly camouflaged you almost step on it before it makes a sudden jerky movement. Egypt is teeming with such creatures, a miniature world of intricate design and sometimes baffling behavior. You give it a wide berth. No point in starting the day with an unnecessary confrontation with the local fauna, especially one that might have a painful bite or a startling defense mechanism. You recall a joke your grandfather used to tell about a city scribe who, upon visiting the countryside, mistook a dried piece of cow dung for a large, unusual scarab and tried to capture it for his collection, much to the amusement of the local children. Scribes, for all their learning, sometimes lacked a certain practical awareness of the less refined aspects of the world. The ground underfoot is becoming softer, squishier in places. You are now walking on the very edge of the floodplain, where the distinction between land and water is often blurred, especially during certain times of the year. Small pools of standing water reflect the sky like scattered pieces of a broken mirror. You see more water birds here, a stately white egret picking its way delicately through the shallows, its long neck curved in intense concentration, or a family of ducks paddling contentedly amongst the reeds. The air is thick with the chorus of frogs, a surprisingly loud and enthusiastic symphony from such small creatures. They are another constant in your workday world, their croaks and peeps a familiar soundtrack. You are very close now. Ahead of you, rising like a vast green wall, is the Papyrus marsh itself. It stretches as far as you can see along this particular inlet, a dense, seemingly impenetrable jungle of tall triangular stems, each topped with its characteristic feathery umbel like 1,000 green fireworks frozen mid-explosion. The sheer abundance of it is always faintly astonishing, even though you see it every working day. This is the raw material of your craft, the source of your income, the heart of your working life. The whispering sound you've heard from a distance is now a distinct collective rustle as the morning breeze coming off the main body of the river sways the tops of the millions of stalks. It's a sound unique to these marshes, a constant gentle sighing that seems to speak of ancient things. You reach the very edge of the solid ground. Before you lies the marsh proper, a shallow expanse of water, its surface calm and reflecting the now bright blue of the late morning sky. The water is not clear. It's a murky brown tinged with green from algae and the decomposing matter of the marsh itself. But from this murky soup rises the vibrant green of the papyrus, each stalk straight and proud. You can smell the rich loamy scent of the mud, the fresh, almost cucumber-like aroma of the cut reeds when you get closer, and the underlying dampness that permeates everything here. You pause at the water's edge, your sickle still in hand, your bag and rope secure. You survey the scene before you, your experienced eye already picking out promising clumps of papyrus, judging their height and color. The day's first major task is about to begin stepping into that cool, murky water and beginning the harvest. The path is behind you, the reeds are before you. You take a final deep breath of the relatively dry air on the bank before you commit yourself to the embrace of the marsh. The journey here was slow and uneventful, a gentle transition, and now a new, more focused phase of your day is poised to start. That final deep breath of the drier air from the bank is a conscious one, a small moment of preparation, because you know the air within the papyrus marsh itself has a different quality, a heavy, humid embrace that clings to your skin and fills your lungs with the rich, earthy breath of the wetlands. You shift the smooth wooden handle of your sickle in your palm, its bronze curve cool and familiar. The coil of palm fiber rope over your shoulder feels secure, and the net bag, still empty, is tucked firmly into the band of your linen kilt. There's a moment of stillness, a brief hesitation, almost not from fear, but from a respect for the threshold you are about to cross. The marsh is not hostile, not usually, but it demands a certain mindfulness and awareness of its unique character. Then you take the first step. Your bare foot leaves the relatively firm, sun-warmed earth of the bank and sinks into the shallows. The water is surprisingly cool, a distinct contrast to the air temperature, which is already beginning to climb as the sun ascends. It's not the shocking cold of a mountain stream, but a gentle, pervasive coolness that slowly creeps up your ankles. Beneath the water, your foot meets not solid ground, but soft, yielding mud. It squelches a thick, almost luxurious sound, like a giant gently sighing as it oozes up and around your foot, caressing the spaces between your toes. It's a sensation you've felt thousands of times, yet it never loses its distinctiveness. Some might find it unpleasant, this intimate contact with the primordial ooze, but for you, it's simply the texture of your workplace. You need good all-terrain feet for this job feet that can read the unseen landscape beneath the murky water. You take another step, and then another, wading deeper into the embrace of the marsh. The water rises to your mid-calves, then to your knees, its gentle pressure a constant reminder of its presence. With each step, there's that same soft squelch, that yielding embrace of the mud. Sometimes your foot will find a firmer patch, perhaps a submerged root, or a more compacted area of silt, and other times it will sink a little further than you expect, requiring a quick adjustment of balance. You move slowly, deliberately, your eyes scanning the dense green wall of papyrus stems that now surrounds you. From the bank, the marsh looked like a solid mass, but once inside you begin to discern the individual stalks, the tiny, almost invisible pathways between them, the way the light filters down from above in shifting, dappled patterns. The sounds of the outer world, the distant village noises begin to recede, muffled by the sheer density of the reeds. A new soundscape envelops you, more intimate, more immediate. The soft rustle of the papyrus stems as they brush against each other in the slight breeze is now all around you, a constant whispering chorus. You hear the gentle lapping of water against your own legs as you move, the drip, 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 as water slides off a disturbed papyrus leaf high above your head. The hum of insects is more pronounced here. The buzz of dragonflies with their jewel-like bodies darting past the higher-pitched whine of mosquitoes, which you try to ignore with the stoicism born of long experience. Occasionally, a frog, startled by your approach, will emit a sudden throaty glub, and then a splash as it leaps from a floating leaf into the deeper water. It's the original surround sound, a symphony of the swamp, far more complex than any temple chant. The light within the marsh is unique. The bright Egyptian sun, now well above the horizon, struggles to penetrate the dense canopy of feathery umbels that crown the papyrus stalks 10, sometimes 15 feet above your head. What reaches you is a diffuse greenish gold light, as if you are walking through a vast submerged cathedral with stained glass windows made of leaves. Shafts of brighter light pierce through occasional gaps, illuminating a patch of water or a single proud papyrus stem, making it gleam as if lit from within. It's a world of subtle shadows and shifting highlights, a place that feels both enclosed and immensely vast. You push a cluster of particularly thick stems aside with your forearm. The smooth triangular surfaces cool and slightly waxy to the touch. They are surprisingly strong, these slender green pillars, resilient and unyielding. It takes a certain effort to create a passage. As you move deeper, the water might reach your thighs. You are careful where you place your feet. Submerged hazards are always a possibility. A sharp, broken reed from a previous harvest, a slippery, unseen rock, or even though less common in these managed wetlands near the villages, a hole where the mud is particularly deep and treacherous. You've heard stories of workers getting temporarily stuck, a rather undignified and muddy affair, like being hugged a little too enthusiastically by the earth itself. Your eyes are constantly scanning, not just for hazards, but for the prize, the perfect papyrus stalks for making the finest writing material. You are looking for stems that are mature, but not too old. Too young, and the pith will be watery and weak, producing flimsy, almost translucent sheets. Too old, and the stalk becomes woody and brittle, difficult to work with, yielding a coarse, discolored papyrus that might only be good for rough packing material or fuel. You search for that ideal, vibrant green, a sign of healthy growth and a certain thickness. Not so thick that it's unwieldy, but substantial enough to provide a good quantity of usable pith. The height is also important. Longer stalks mean longer strips, which can be used to create larger, more valuable sheets of papyrus. Archaeologists and botanists still debate the exact subspecies of Cyperus papyrus, most commonly exploited in different periods for paper making, versus those primarily used for the coarser work of boat building, rope making, or even as a food source. The lower part of the stem and its roots were sometimes eaten, though it wasn't exactly a delicacy. You, however, are a specialist. You have your eye on the prize paper reeds. You see a promising clump a little further in. The stalks there seem taller, straighter, their feathery heads nodding gently in the almost imperceptible current of air that moves through the upper reaches of the marsh. To get there, you have to navigate through a particularly dense patch. The water gurgles around your legs as you push forward. Sometimes an unseen tendril of a submerged waterweed will brush against your ankle, a soft, ghostly touch that can still make you jump if you're not expecting it. You might see small silvery fish dart away from your approaching feet, their movements quick flashes in the murky water. Tadpoles like animated commas wriggle in the shallows. This water, so vital to the papyrus, is teeming with its own life. It's like a forgotten cup of tea, really left to its own devices for too long. A bit murky with unexpected things floating in it, but ultimately full of character. As you part a curtain of reeds, you disturb a large iridescent dragonfly that was resting on a stem. Its wings a blur as it zips away. Its momentary departure reveals a spiderweb strung between two stalks, a marvel of natural engineering glistening with tiny droplets of dew or marsh mist. each droplet a perfect miniature lens reflecting the filtered light. The marsh is full of these tiny fleeting moments of beauty easily missed. If you are not attuned to them, you reach the clump you were aiming for. Yes, these look good. The stems are a rich, healthy green, smooth and cool to the touch. Their triangular shape feels familiar in your hand as you grasp one. You run your hand up and down its length, feeling for any blemishes, any signs of insect damage or disease. This one is good, and the one next to it. This cluster will provide a good start to your harvest. You know that some of the very finest, most perfectly formed papyrus, sometimes referred to as royal papyrus, or hieratic grade, by those who trade in it, is often reserved for the pharaoh's own scribes, or for the most sacred texts in the great temples. There are even specific marshes, often closer to the capital cities and perhaps more carefully managed, that are designated for such high-quality production. Your marsh, while providing good solid material, is more for the everyday records. The local temple accounts the letters between merchants, the workaday words of the world. And there's an honesty in that you feel. Occasionally you might encounter a harmless water snake, a slender dark ribbon gliding silently through the otter, or basking on a half-submerged log. They are usually more startled by you than you are by them, and will quickly disappear into the dense undergrowth with a flick of their tail. Still, it's wise to be observant. While larger dangers like crocodiles are rare in these heavily worked marshes so close to villages, they prefer the wilder, deeper parts of the Nile. Sobek, the crocodile god, is still a powerful deity associated with the river's fertility and its unpredictable power. Some older workers might still whisper a small prayer to Sobek before entering the water, or leave a tiny offering of a fish or a piece of bread on the bank just in case. It's a habit born of respect for the river's ancient spirit, a small acknowledgement that you are a guest in its domain. You also know that the papyrus pith itself, the part you are ultimately after, is technically edible. It's starchy and a bit bland, and certainly not your primary goal today, but in times of real scarcity it was known to be consumed. It's one of those good-to-know hope you never need to know facts of life. The smell here is intense. The clean green scent of the living papyrus stalks the damp, earthy aroma of the mud, the slightly sweet, fermenting smell of decaying vegetation that forms the rich floor of the marsh. If you bruise a papyrus stem accidentally, a watery sap, surprisingly clear, oozes out, carrying a faint, fresh scent, almost like cucumber. It's a smell that will cling to your hands and clothes for the rest of the day. You are quite literally immersed in your work. The papyrus marsh isn't just a place you go to, it's a place that becomes part of you. You spend some time moving through this chosen area, your practiced eye evaluating each potential candidate. You are looking for a group of stems that are of similar age and quality. It's more efficient to harvest in clusters. You might part the reeds and peer down into the water, trying to see the base of the stalks, where you'll eventually make your cut. The water here is about thigh deep, a comfortable enough working depth, though it means you'll be soaked for a good portion of the morning. That's just part of the job description. Must be willing to get wet daily. Finally, you've identified a particularly fine specimen, a tall, robust stalk, its feathery head swaying gently far above you like a noble's plume. It's a good 10 feet tall, its triangular stem thick and unblemished. This one will yield excellent strips of pith. You reach down through the water, your hand sliding along the smooth, cool surface of the stalk, until you feel the slight swelling near its base, just above where it emerges from the mud. This is the spot. You grasp it firmly with your left hand, feeling its solidity, its rootedness in the rich Nile earth. With your right hand, you raise your bronze sickle, its curved blade ready. The sun filtering through the green canopy catches the edge of the metal, making it gleam for a fleeting second. You steady yourself, your feet planted as firmly as possible in the soft mud, preparing for the first satisfying cut of the day. Your grip on the chosen papyrus stalk is firm, your knuckles showing white for a moment as you brace yourself against its rooted strength. The bronze sickle in your other hand feels like an extension of your own arm, its crescent blade poised just above the waterline, aimed at that precise point near the stalk's base, where it begins to swell slightly from the mud. This is where the cut must be made, low enough to maximize the usable length of the precious pith, but not so low that you're just hacking away at the tough rhizomes hidden beneath the silt, a practice that could damage the plant's ability to regenerate and would certainly dull your blade unnecessarily. The exact angle and technique for cutting papyrus to maximize regrowth from the rhizome or to achieve the best quality pith for different types of sheets is something still discussed by experimental archaeologists trying to replicate ancient methods, but you work from an instinct honed by years of practice, a knowledge passed down from master to apprentice or parent to child. You take a small steadying breath, the humid marsh air thick in your lungs. Then with a smooth, practiced motion, you draw the sickle towards you. There's a satisfying, slightly raspy shuck sound as the sharpened bronze bites into the outer green rind of the papyrus. For a fraction of a second there's resistance, the tough skin of the plant fighting back, and then the blade slices through the densely packed moist pith within. It's a sound that's incredibly specific to this task, a sort of wet, fibrous shearing that ends with a soft thump as the connection is severed. If this were a modern recording, it would be flagged for extremely satisfying ASMR content, ancient agricultural edition. The tall stalk, now freed from its earthly anchor, leans heavily. You guide its fall with your left hand, preventing it from crashing haphazardly into the surrounding reeds or splashing too dramatically into the water. A 15-foot stalk saturated with water has a surprising heft, and you grunt with the slight exertion of controlling its descent. It settles into the water beside you with a gentle swoosh and a gurgle, its feathery head now floating like some exotic dethroned crown. A few droplets of clear, slightly sticky sap well up from the cut surface of the stump, still rooted in the mud, and also from the severed end of the harvested stalk. The air around you is instantly filled with that fresh, clean, cucumber-like scent, more potent now than ever. The newly exposed pith at the cut is a pale, creamy white, almost luminous in the greenish underwater light, a stark contrast to the dark, muddy water and the deep green of the living plants. You don't pause for long to admire your handiwork. There are many more stalks to cut. You turn your attention to the next promising stem in the cluster, then the next. Each cut is a repetition, yet subtly different. Some stalks are thicker, offering more resistance to the blade, requiring a bit more muscle in the pull. Others are more slender and part, with a quicker, almost eager sigh. You develop a rhythm-select grasp position, the sickle pull, guide the fall. Shk-thump, shk-thump. The sounds become a percussive beat in the otherwise quiet rustling and dripping of the marsh. It's a slow, methodical harvest, not a frantic slashing. Care must be taken. A slip of the sickle could mean a nasty cut on your own leg or hand. A very unwelcome event in this environment where clean water for washing wounds is far from guaranteed, and every minor injury carries the risk of infection. You've learned to respect the blade, to know its path intimately. No safety goggles or steel-toed sandals in this line of work. Your own caution is your primary protection. Sometimes, as a stalk is cut, a tiny green frog that was clinging unseen to its upper reaches will make a panicked leap, landing with a small plop in the water nearby its bulging eyes, expressing a comical degree of outrage at having its lofty perch so rudely dislodged. Or a shower of minute insects, disturbed from their grazing on the stalk's surface, will take to the air in a shimmering, short-lived cloud. The papyrus is a world in miniature, and your harvesting is a significant, if temporary, disruption to its many tiny inhabitants. You try to be mindful, but the reeds are your livelihood. The cut stalks begin to accumulate around you, floating gently in the thigh-deep water. They look like a collection of giant green drinking straws discarded by some thirsty colossus. Their feathery tops, the umbels, drift like a flotilla of miniature green islands. You try to keep them somewhat organized, nudging them with your foot, or the blunt end of your sickle, to prevent them from drifting too far into the dense reeds where they might be difficult to retrieve. Handling these long, wet, and surprisingly slippery stems can be awkward. They are not like neat, pre-packaged office supplies. They are unruly, individual, and seem to have a mind of their own, once cut, often tangling with each other or trying to float off in different directions. The bronze blade of your sickle, though you sharpened it carefully this morning or last evening, will inevitably begin to lose its keenest edge with repeated use against the tough, silica-rich outer layer of the papyrus. You might pause after cutting a dozen or so stalks, pull a small whetstone from a pouch at your waist, if you carry one, and give the blade a few quick, expert strokes, restoring some of its bite. Or if you're relying purely on the initial sharpness, you just learn to apply a little more pressure, a little more sawing motion to each cut. This isn't a high-tech operation with laser-sharpened, self-cleaning blades. It's about working with the tools you have, understanding their limitations, and adapting your technique. You recall that this versatile sickle, or one very much like it, is also the tool used during the grain harvest for cutting the emmer wheat and barley that forms the staple of your diet. It's a multi-purpose implement, a symbol of the agricultural abundance that the gods, particularly Osiris, provide to the land of Kemet. The papyrus plant itself holds a sacred significance. It's not just a raw material, it is a symbol of life, of growth, of the verdant marshes of the delta, the Tuyuf, which were seen as a place of primordial creation and regeneration. The goddess Wadjet, the cobra protectress of Lower Egypt, is often depicted entwined around a papyrus stalk, and the plant itself can represent the concept of Wadji, meaning freshness, flourishing, and greenness. So as you cut, there might be a subtle, unarticulated sense that you are not merely taking but participating in a cycle, harvesting a plant that is itself a divine gift. Some older folk might even whisper a quiet word of respect or thanks to the spirit of the plant before making the first cut of the day, a small acknowledgement of its life force, hoping to encourage its swift regrowth. It's not something you'd discuss with the temple scribes, who are more concerned with the quality of the finished sheet than the spiritual well-being of the raw materials. But it's a quiet undercurrent in your working day. Occasionally, a stalk will prove to be less than ideal upon closer inspection after it's cut. Perhaps an insect has bored into its core, leaving a discolored trail, or a section is bruised and beginning to soften towards decay. These imperfections might not have been visible before cutting. Such stalks are not entirely wasted. They might be used for shorter pieces of papyrus, or their fibers could be repurposed for making rough cordage, or even just added to the pile of organic matter that slowly enriches the marsh floor. But they won't make the prime grade. It's a reminder that nature is not a perfectly uniform factory. Each stalk is an individual with its own history and its own flaws. This job really makes you appreciate pre-sliced anything, if such a concept even existed in your wildest dreams. The sun climbs higher, the filtered light within the marsh intensifies, and the air grows warmer, the humidity more pronounced. Sweat beads on your forehead and trickles down your temples, stinging slightly if it gets into your eyes. You wipe it away with the back of a hand that is already damp from the marsh water and sticky with papyrus sap. The water around your legs, which felt cool at first, now seems almost lukewarm, or perhaps your body has simply acclimatized to its temperature. You continue your work, moving from one promising clump to another, the pile of harvested stalks growing steadily. The repetitive motion of cutting, the rhythmic sounds, the focused concentration, it all combines to create an almost meditative state. Your mind might wander, thinking of the meal you'll have at midday, a task your spouse needs help with back at home, or perhaps just observing the way a kingfisher, a flash of brilliant blue and orange, darts past on its way to spear a small fish. You remember hearing about large-scale papyrus harvesting operations for major state projects. Perhaps the building of a new temple where vast quantities of records will be needed, or for a census, or to equip a government department. In such cases, teams of workers, likely under the watchful eye of an overseer with a measuring rod and a perhaps too enthusiastic reed staff, would descend upon designated marshes. Quotas would be set, and the pace would be far more demanding than your own, more independent, craftsman-like approach. You are, in a way, a small business owner, your own boss, albeit one whose office is a swamp and whose primary product is literally paper thin. There's a certain freedom in that, but also the constant pressure to produce enough high-quality material to make a decent living. After a while, you pause your cutting. You look around at the collection of long green stalks floating in the water around you, or perhaps piled in a relatively clear patch of shallow water you've designated as a temporary holding area. There's a goodly amount now, perhaps enough for the first bundling. The sun is telling you it's moving towards the middle part of the morning. Your back might be starting to feel the strain of bending and pulling your arm the repetitive motion of the sickle. It's time to transition to the next phase of this watery harvest. The cutting is done for now. The immediate area around you looks noticeably thinner, sunlight penetrating more easily to the water's surface where once there was dense shade. You've made your mark, extracted your green gold. The sun, your ever-present overseer in the vast open-roofed workshop of the marsh, has climbed noticeably higher, its golden rays now striking the feathery tops of the papyrus with a more direct, almost dazzling intensity. The filtered light at water level is brighter, the shadows shorter and sharper. You straighten up from your cutting posture, feeling a familiar ache bloom in your lower back, a dull throb in your right arm from the repetitive motion of the sickle. You place the sickle, carefully perhaps tucking its handle into your kilt, or finding a relatively dry spot on a protruding clump of reeds where it won't immediately sink into the mud if you let it go. Its work for this particular phase is done. Now comes the arguably more cumbersome task, transforming that scattered flotilla of green javelins into something manageable, something transportable. You begin to gather the cut stalks. This is an art form in itself, one that requires a certain amount of patience and a willingness to engage in what often feels like a wrestling match with oversized slippery noodles. The stalks, some 10 to 15 feet in length, float languidly in the thigh-deep water around you. You wade towards the nearest ones, your legs pushing through the slight resistance of the water, your feet making those familiar soft squelching sounds in the mud. You reach down and grab one, then another, their surfaces cool and smooth, still wet and glistening. They are surprisingly heavy, each one saturated with water, a testament to their life in this watery realm. Trying to gather an armful is like trying to corral a group of very long, very uncooperative eels. They have a tendency to cross over each other, to slip from your grasp, to generally resist any attempt at orderly arrangement. You find a slightly clearer patch of water, perhaps near a half-submerged log, or a firmer area of ground that rises a little closer to the surface, which can serve as a temporary staging area. You start laying the stalks down with their cut ends roughly aligned. One by one, you retrieve them from their watery repose, sometimes having to nudge them with your foot, or gently pull them through the standing reeds if they've drifted into a denser patch. Each movement sends ripples across the water's surface, distorting the reflection of the green reeds and the blue sky. Little splashes accompany your efforts, and the constant dripping from the stalks as you lift them ensures that you remain thoroughly soaked if you weren't already. It's an occupational hazard you accepted long ago. Being a papyrus harvester means you're basically part amphibian for a good portion of your working hours. As you gather a good handful, perhaps 5 or 6 of the long stems, you try to line them up, their pale, freshly cut bases together. You might brace one end against your leg, or the aforementioned log, while you grapple with the other. The feathery umbels at their tops, those glorious green explosions, now seem determined to get tangled with everything. Each other, your arms, the surrounding live reeds. You have to gently disentangle them, your fingers brushing against their delicate thread-like structures. It's like trying to comb the hair of a giant with a very bad case of bedhead. Once you have a decent armful, an amount that feels substantial but not yet impossibly heavy. You reach for the coil of palm fiber rope you slung over your shoulder earlier. Unwinding a suitable length, you prepare to tie your first bundle. The rope itself is rough against your skin, a contrast to the smoothness of the papyrus. It's also damp, having absorbed moisture from the air and your wet clothes, which can make tying a tight, secure knot a bit more challenging. You loop the rope around the collection of stalks, usually a foot or two up from the cut ends. You pull it tight, your muscles straining. The bundle compresses with a sigh, a little spurt of water often jetting out from the cut ends as the pressure mounts. You can hear the faint creak of the papyrus fibers compacting. This is the original resistance training long before purpose-built gyms or sculpted weights were even a glimmer in a pharaoh's architect's eye. Tying the knot is a skill. It needs to be strong enough to hold the heavy, wet bundle together during its journey out of the marsh and back to your workshop, but not so complex that it will be a nightmare to untie later when you're ready to process the individual stalks. Many craftspeople have their own preferred knot. Perhaps yours is a variation of the common reef knot, or a more specialized binding knot passed down in your family, one that old Uncle Menkau swore by claiming it was tighter than a crocodile's jaw on a fish, but easier to release than a politician's promise. You give the knot a final firm tug, ensuring its integrity. One bundle is made. It floats before you, a compact cylinder of green gold, its feathery tops splaying out like a rather damp, oversized broom. It looks much more organized, more purposeful than the scattered individual stalks. There's a certain satisfaction in this transformation from chaos to order, even on this small rustic scale. You nudge it to a designated spot, perhaps a slightly shallower area where it won't float away. Or if you're working systematically, you might even try to get it onto the bank. Though hauling these heavy wet bundles up, even a small incline is a significant effort. Then you repeat the process. Gather more stalks, align them, tie them. Each bundle is a minor victory. You might try to make them roughly the same size, partly for ease of carrying. Partly because if these bundles were ever to be tallied by a temple official or a tax collector, a not uncommon occurrence if you were harvesting from lands whose resources were claimed by such institutions, a degree of uniformity would be expected. The overseer with his papyrus reed pen and wooden board wouldn't appreciate having to assess a wildly inconsistent collection of one smallish one, two rather large ones, and that one that looks like a drunken octopus. Standardization, even in ancient times, made bureaucracy flow more smoothly. The average weight and size of a standard papyrus harvester's bundle is subject to some debate among Egyptologists, likely varying significantly by region. The intended use of the papyrus stalks for boat building might be bundled differently than those for fine paper, and indeed the physical strength of the individual worker, but you aim for what you know you can manage. Sometimes, as you're gathering a small slippery frog, no bigger than your thumb, will be unintentionally scooped up with a handful of reeds. You'll feel its tiny, cool body wriggling against your palm and gently release it back into the water, watching it dart away to find a less eventful patch of papyrus, or a large iridescent water beetle disturbed from its daytime nap on a stalk, will buzz indignantly past your ear. The marsh is alive, and you are an active, if temporary, participant in its ecosystem. You might even find a bird's nest tucked away among the upper stalks you're handling, though you try to avoid disturbing those if possible, cutting lower down or moving to a different clump. The sheer unwieldiness of 15-foot reeds cannot be overstated. Even when bundled, they are awkward. Their length makes them difficult to maneuver, especially within the confines of the dense standing papyrus. You might have to lift one end of a bundle high to clear an obstacle, the other end dragging in the water and mud, making it even heavier. You briefly consider the sheer genius of whoever first thought of making small skiffs out of these very same papyrus bundles. A boat made of its own cargo in a way. The versatility of this plant is truly remarkable, from the finest writing surfaces to sturdy river craft, from food to fuel to building material. It's the Swiss Army knife of the plant kingdom, ancient Egyptian style. You recall a local superstition, or perhaps just a bit of practical advice dressed up as such. Never make a bundle of exactly 13 stalks. 13 is an ungainly number, an odd one out, and such a bundle, so the story goes, is more likely to come apart at an inconvenient moment or yield poor quality sheets. You don't know if there's any truth to it, but you find yourself instinctively counting as you gather, aiming for a nice even dozen or a solid 10, or perhaps a slightly more generous 15 if the stalks are a bit thinner. It's a small, almost unconscious ritual, like avoiding walking under a precariously balanced construction scaffold. Just good sense, really. The sun continues its ascent. The heat is building, and the humidity in the marsh feels like a thick, warm blanket. Sweat mingles with the marsh water on your skin. Your muscles are working, pulling, lifting, tying. You pause for a moment after securing a particularly hefty bundle, resting your hands on your knees, breathing a little heavily. This is hard work, no doubt about it. No air-conditioned offices or ergonomic chairs here. Just you, the reeds, the water, and the relentless Egyptian sun. You look at the growing collection of bundles. 3, perhaps 4 of them, now lying like felled green logs in the water or partially on the bank. They represent a good morning's effort in terms of harvesting. Each one is a promise of many fine sheets of papyrus to come after much more labor, of course. This job is all about delayed gratification. You might take a moment to rinse your hands in the marsh water, trying to get rid of some of the sticky papyrus sap and the clinging mud, though it's a somewhat futile gesture, as they'll be just as messy again in moments. You feel the familiar ache in your shoulders, the slight strain in your forearms. You are not just harvesting papyrus, you are slowly, methodically harvesting your own energy as well. But there's a deep, quiet satisfaction in seeing these bundles take shape, a tangible result of your skill and effort. They are your green gold, wrested from the marsh, ready for the next stage of their transformation. The thought of carrying them out is already beginning to weigh on your mind, quite literally. The sun has now well and truly asserted its dominance over the sky, a blazing disk of molten gold that beats down upon the marsh with an unwavering intensity. The air is thick and heavy, the humidity a palpable presence that makes your simple linen garment cling to your skin. The few bundles of papyrus you've so laboriously cut and tied float with a deceptive lightness in the murky water, or rest with a sodden thud on the patch of slightly higher ground you've managed to clear. Deceptive because you know that once lifted from the water's buoyant embrace, their true back-straining weight will make itself known. The thought of hauling them out of this watery labyrinth and back along the path to your village, to your workspace, is a daunting one. This is the part of the job they conveniently omit from any romanticized depictions of country life, assuming such things even existed. You select your first bundle. It's a good solid one, perhaps a dozen or so prime stalks each, around 12 to 15 feet long, tightly bound with your palm fiber rope. You wade over to it, the water sloshing around your thighs, the muddy bottom doing its best to suck at your feet with every step. You crouch, slightly bracing yourself. This is where technique or sheer stubbornness comes into play. You reach down, getting a firm grip on the rope binding, and then with a deep breath and a concerted effort from your legs and back, mostly back if you're being honest with yourself, much to the future chagrin of your spinal column, you hoist it upwards. The initial movement is a struggle against inertia and the cheetah's reluctance to release its prize. Water streams from the bundle in 1,000 tiny rivulets, momentarily cooling your legs. The weight is immense, a sudden shocking pressure. You grunt a sound that is part effort, part protest. You maneuver the bundle, trying to get its center of gravity, or what passes for it, in such an unwieldy object onto your shoulder. This is a delicate balancing act. Too far forward and it will try to pitch you face first into the muddy water. Too far back and it will feel like it's trying to peel you backwards like a poorly attached temple fresco. You settle for a position where the main weight rests on the fleshy part of your shoulder, the long stalks extending forwards and backwards, making you look like some strange, overloaded green-quilled porcupine. Your shoulder immediately begins to send you urgent hieroglyphic messages of complaint, etched in the universal language of aching muscle. Now the journey out of the marsh begins one slow, laborious step at a time. Each footfall is an effort. The mud, which was merely an interesting textural experience on the way in, now seems actively malevolent, trying to capture your feet to hold you back. The resistance of the water against your legs, already burdened by the heavy load, feels like wading through thick, invisible honey. You have to push through standing papyrus stalks that seem to part so easily when you are unencumbered. Now they snag at your bundle, scratch at your exposed skin, and generally conspire to make your passage as difficult as possible. You briefly wish for a sturdy donkey, or perhaps one of those mythical flying barks the gods are said to use. But no, it's just you, your aching shoulder, and this 15-foot-long bundle of very wet, very heavy green stuff. The sounds around you change again. Your own labored breathing is now the dominant soundtrack, a rhythmic wheezing that seems incredibly loud in the relative quiet of the marsh interior. The slosh and suck of your feet in the mud, the creak of the papyrus stalks in your bundle as they shift against each other, the occasional drip of water from the trailing ends. These are the intimate sounds of your toil. The cheerful chorus of frogs and the buzz of insects seem to fade into the background, or perhaps you're just too focused on the sheer physical exertion to notice them as keenly. Sweat is now pouring freely down your face, stinging your eyes, tracing salty paths down your neck and back. The sun, even filtered by the papyrus canopy, feels like a furnace. You try to find the easiest path, the one with the fewest obstacles, retracing your steps from earlier, if you can remember the way through the green maze. Looking up is difficult with the load on your shoulder. Your gaze is mostly fixed on the water and mud, a few feet ahead, constantly assessing the next best place to put your foot. Whether individual harvesters typically transported their own bundles all the way to processing sites, especially if they were substantial, or if a system of specialized porters or even small animal transport existed for larger, more organized operations, is still an open question, requiring more archaeological evidence from settlement sites. For you today, in this particular marsh, you are the harvester, the porter, and quite possibly the pack animal too. You might see another worker in the distance, similarly burdened, their slow progress a mirror of your own. A brief glance might pass between you, a shared understanding of the effort involved, but no words are exchanged. Energy is too precious a commodity to waste on pleasantries when you're impersonating a human crane. Some workers develop specific techniques for carrying, perhaps a way of padding the shoulder with a folded piece of thick linen, or using a particular type cast of broadleaf if available, that local belief claims can ward off the spirits of shoulder ache. You just grit your teeth and lean into the discomfort, promising your shoulder a good rubbing, with some lukewarm castor oil later if you can find any. As you finally emerge from the densest part of the marsh and reach the somewhat firmer ground of the bank where you first entered the water, there's a small, almost imperceptible sense of relief. The ground beneath your feet is still soft and muddy, but it's not actively trying to swallow you whole. The open sky above feels liberating after the enclosed greenish light of the marsh interior. You pause here for a moment, carefully lowering the end of the papyrus bundle to the ground, but keeping the main weight still on your shoulder, just to catch your breath. You look back at the marsh, a dark green gash in the landscape, and then ahead, along the dusty path that leads back to the village. It doesn't look nearly as inviting as it did this morning when you were fresh and unladen. The journey along the path is a different kind of ordeal. The sun is truly fierce now, no longer the gentle golden glow of dawn, but a white-hot presence that bakes the earth and reflects glaringly from any patch of exposed sand or pale rock. The papyrus bundle, though it might have shed some of its surface water, still feels monumentally heavy. The long stalks bounce and sway with each step, sometimes digging into your back, sometimes threatening to overbalance you. The feathery tops might drag on the ground behind you, collecting dust and small dry twigs, or they might poke insistently into your peripheral vision. You have to be careful navigating any narrow sections of the path or any low-hanging branches from the occasional acacia tree. It's like trying to maneuver a very long, very floppy battering ram through an obstacle course designed by a particularly mischievous desert spirit. You plod onward, your pace slow and steady, one foot in front of the other. The sounds of the village gradually become more distinct, the distant barking of a dog, the laughter of children, perhaps the rhythmic hammering from a carpenter's workshop. These are sounds of normal life a life that seems momentarily very far removed from your current sweaty, aching reality. People you pass, perhaps women, returning from the well with full water pots balanced gracefully on their heads, or older men sitting in the shade of a wall discussing important village matters, might give you a cursory glance. Yours is a familiar sight, the papyrus harvester returning with his bounty. There's no particular sympathy, just an acceptance of the labor that underpins their world. Without your efforts and those of the farmers, the fishermen, the potters, this whole intricate machinery of village life would grind to a halt. It's a small comfort, perhaps, but a real one. You are contributing, even if your contribution currently feels like it's trying to permanently fuse itself to your shoulder blade. This kind of heavy, repetitive labor is a common thread in Egyptian life. You think of the massive state projects, the pyramids, the temples, the canals, all built with human muscle, vast armies of workers engaged in corvée labor, hauling stones, dragging sledges, erecting colossal statues. Your current task is a miniature version of that, a personal corvée, driven by the need to feed your family rather than the decree of a pharaoh. The Nile itself, the great giver of life, is also a major transport route, but that's for moving goods between cities and regions on boats and barges. For this local haul from marsh to workshop, it's all down to you. You might see a kite, that graceful raptor with the forked tail circling high overhead, riding the thermal currents. Some believe that seeing a kite during a difficult task is a good omen, a sign that the gods are watching over you, that your efforts will be successful. Others say it's just a bird looking for its lunch, entirely indifferent to your struggles. You prefer the more optimistic interpretation. Right now, you'll take any encouragement you can get, divine or otherwise. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, but is probably only a fraction of an hour, the familiar cluster of mud brick dwellings that includes your own home and workspace comes into view. The sight lends a small, fresh surge of energy to your weary limbs. The end is in sight, at least for this particular bundle. You navigate the last few turns of the path, perhaps eliciting a curious stare from a group of children playing a game with pebbles in the dust, who scatter momentarily as your unwieldy load passes by. They find your resemblance to a walking haystack quite amusing. You reach your designated spot, the area outside your dwelling that serves as your open-air workshop. With an immense sigh of relief, a sound that seems to come from the very depths of your being, you carefully, almost reverently, lower the bundle of papyrus from your shoulder to the ground. It lands with a soft, damp thud. The sudden absence of weight on your shoulder is a bizarre sensation, making you feel momentarily lightheaded, almost as if you might float away. You stand there for a moment, rubbing your abused shoulder, rotating it, trying to coax some feeling back into it. It tingles and aches, a dull fire. One bundle down. If you harvested several, this journey will need to be repeated. Or perhaps this one large bundle represents the main part of your morning's cutting. Either way, the primary task of extraction is complete. The green gold is here, wrested from the marsh, transported by your own sweat and toil. It lies waiting, a pile of long, damp, fragrant reeds, ready for the next stage of its miraculous transformation, from humble plant to the very medium of civilization. You look at it then, perhaps, up at the hot sun, and contemplate the work still ahead. You survey the bundle or bundles of harvested papyrus lying on the packed earth of your workspace. This area, perhaps shaded by a roughly constructed awning of palm fronds, or the overhanging eaves of your mud brick dwelling, offers a slight respite from the now truly formidable heat of the late morning sun. The air here still carries the damp green scent of the freshly cut reeds, a fragrance that is now deeply familiar, almost a part of your own personal aroma after a morning in the marshes. Your shoulder still throbs with a dull ache from the recent exertion of carrying your precious cargo, a persistent reminder of the physical cost of this green gold. But there is no time to dwell on discomfort. The next stage of the transformation awaits, and it is one that demands patience and a delicate touch. You select a single long stalk from the nearest bundle, carefully drawing it free from its companions. It's cool and damp in your hands, its triangular stem, surprisingly rigid. You lay it down on a clean, flat stone you use as a working surface, or perhaps across two low wooden trestles if your setup is a little more elaborate. The stalk, all 12 or 15 feet of it, stretches out before you, a verdant green pillar against the dusty ochre of the ground. The feathery umbel at its far end, which once nodded so proudly in the marsh breeze, now lies limp, its brief period of glory over. Its purpose from this point on is purely structural at least, until it too is eventually discarded. Now begins the patient, almost meditative task of peeling away the tough outer green rind to reveal the precious creamy white pith within, the true heart of the papyrus, the substance from which the writing sheets will be born. The precise tools used for this initial stripping of the papyrus rind, whether simple sharpened shells, flint flakes found along the desert edge, or specialized small bronze knives, likely varied by period and workshop scale, with some evidence from tomb depictions and archaeological finds suggesting a range of simple but effective implements. Perhaps you have a particularly sharp mussel shell, its edge worn smooth and keen from repeated use, or a small crescent-shaped bronze blade, not unlike a miniature version of your harvesting sickle, but designed for more delicate work. Or maybe for certain stalks, your own toughened fingernails, grown adept at this task, are sufficient. You choose your tool. Let's say today it's a smooth grey flint flake, its edge chipped to a surprising sharpness. You hold the papyrus stalk firmly with one hand near its base, and with the flint in the other, you make a careful initial incision just below the tough, knotty joint where the feathery head begins. You don't cut too deeply, just enough to break through that resilient outer skin. Then, with a practiced movement, you begin to peel. The rind comes away in a long, surprisingly tough strip, like peeling a giant three-sided green banana. There's a soft tearing sound, a little like ripping damp cloth, accompanied by a faint wet hiss as the tightly packed cells separate. The exposed pith beneath is startlingly pale, a creamy, almost luminous white, glistening with moisture. It's a moment of revelation, like unwrapping a precious gift. The contrast between the dark, robust green of the rind and the delicate pallor of the pith is striking. The rind is all business, a protective layer designed to withstand the elements and the jostling of its marshy environment. The pith, however, is all potential, a soft, fibrous mass waiting to be transformed. You continue to peel, working your way down the length of the stalk. The rind comes off in sections, sometimes in long, satisfying ribbons, other times in shorter, more stubborn pieces that require a bit more coaxing. You rotate the triangular stalk as you go, ensuring you remove all the green outer layer, leaving only the pure, unblemished pith. It's like undressing a very large, very stubborn green vegetable one that doesn't particularly want to shed its skin. The freshly exposed pith is cool and damp to the touch, its texture a dense network of longitudinal fibers packed tightly together. If you were to press it, water would ooze out. It has a clean, slightly sweet cucumber-like scent that intensifies as more of it is revealed. This smell is now very concentrated in your workspace, a refreshing counterpoint to the dry, dusty air outside your shaded spot. You handle the exposed pith gently, as it is far more delicate than the tough rind. A careless gouge with your flint or a too vigorous pull could damage the fibers, rendering that section less suitable for the finest quality sheets. Patience is paramount. This is not a task to be rushed. It's the sort of work that encourages a quiet mind, a focused attention on the minute details of the material in your hands. You could almost call it Zen-like if such a concept existed in your theological framework. Perhaps it's more akin to Ma'at-like, finding the right order and balance in your actions. The strips of discarded green rind begin to accumulate beside your workspace, forming a growing pile. They are not considered mere waste. This tough, fibrous material, once dried, is incredibly versatile. It can be plaited into rough mats for flooring or sleeping, woven into sturdy baskets or containers, twisted into cordage, or even used as fuel for cooking fires, though it produces a rather smoky flame. The ancient Egyptian philosophy was inherently resourceful. In a land where every resource was precious, little was truly thrown away. This practical approach was the original zero-waste philosophy, born not of trendy environmentalism, but of sheer necessity and ingenuity. Some poorer families might even attempt to make rudimentary sandals from the thicker pieces of rind, though they wouldn't be nearly as comfortable or durable as those made from leather or finer plaited fibers. As you work your way down one stalk, you might encounter slight imperfections just beneath the surface, a small brownish discoloration where perhaps an insect tried to bore its way in, or a section where the fibers are a little less dense. You make a mental note of these. For the highest quality papyrus, the kind destined for important temple documents or official government scrolls, only the most perfect, unblemished pith can be used. Scribes, especially those in high positions, could be notoriously picky. They demanded a smooth, flawless writing surface, free of any speck or fiber that might catch their reed pen or mar the beauty of their hieroglyphs. For more common uses, however, such as everyday letters, household accounts, or student practice sheets, minor flaws might be tolerated. It all depended on the intended market and the price the finished sheets could command. You finish peeling one entire stalk. It now lies before you as a long, pale triangular prism of pure pith gleaming with moisture, its full potential laid bare. It looks strangely vulnerable without its tough green armor. You set it aside carefully, perhaps on a clean reed mat or a damp cloth to prevent it from drying out too quickly, and reach for another stalk from the bundle. And so the process repeats. Pick up a stalk, make the initial cut, peel patiently, meticulously, The sounds continue, the soft tear of the rind, the quiet hiss, the occasional scrape of your flint against a tougher section. Your hands become sticky with the papyrus sap, a natural adhesive that will later help bind the strips together. You might occasionally wipe your hands on a piece of rough cloth or simply accept the stickiness as part of the process. You might think of the layers of the papyrus as analogous to the layers of a human being, an idea that sometimes surfaces in philosophical or religious texts. Just as you peel away the outer rind to reach the valuable core, so too does a person have many layers. The physical body, the cat the shadow, shut the name, ren the heart, ibi, the personality or soul, but the life force ka, and the transfigured spirit, ach. Revealing the true essence, the pure spirit, was a lifelong journey, much like your patient work, revealing the pure pith. It's a rather lofty thought for a humble craftsman stripping reeds, but the quiet, repetitive nature of the task allows the mind to wander down such contemplative paths. Or perhaps you just wonder what's for the midday meal. The sun crawls higher, its heat intensifying. You might pause to take a drink of water from a clay jar kept cool in the shade, or to wipe the sweat from your brow. The pile of stripped pith grows slowly, a testament to your steady labor. Beside it, the mound of green rind also increases, a reminder of the transformation you are enacting. This is the quiet, often unseen part of papyrus production, far removed from the grand libraries and temples where the finished product will eventually reside. Yet it is utterly crucial. Without this careful, painstaking preparation, the finest scrolls could never be created. You are the anonymous foundation upon an edifice of words. If your flint flake becomes dull, you might take a moment to re-chip its edge against another stone, creating a fresh sharpness. Or you switch to another tool if you have one. Precision is key. You are not just removing a covering, you are preparing a surface, ensuring that the pith is clean and undamaged, ready for the next even more delicate operation of being sliced into thin strips. You consider each stalk, its individual characteristics, adjusting your technique as needed. Some are more yielding, their rinds peeling away with an almost eager cooperation. Others are more stubborn, their skins clinging tightly, requiring more persuasive force from your tool and your fingers. It's a silent dialogue between you and the plant. After what seems like a very long time, but is probably only a couple of hours, you have worked your way through a significant portion of the harvested stalks. A substantial pile of naked white pith sections now lies before you, gleaming softly in the shaded light. They look like a collection of oversized three-sided candles, their surfaces moist and fibrous. Nearby, the mountain of green rind has grown considerably, a testament to the amount of outer material that must be removed to get to this valuable core. You pause, stretch your fingers, which might be cramping slightly from the repetitive gripping and pulling. You survey your work with a quiet sense of accomplishment. This laborious peeling is complete for now. The next stage, slicing this precious pith into paper-thin strips, will require even greater dexterity and focus. The sun, now arching towards its zenith, beats down with a relentless shimmering heat upon the parched earth outside your shaded workspace. Inside, however, a focused stillness prevails. The mountain of green rind lies to one side, a testament to your earlier labors. Before you rests the growing collection of pale triangular prisms of exposed papyrus pith, their surfaces still glistening with moisture, their clean cucumber-like fragrance perfuming the air. You take a moment stretching your fingers, which may still feel the slight ache from the robust work of peeling. The task now before you requires not strength, but an almost surgical precision, a level of dexterity that transforms humble plant fiber into the very canvas of civilization. This is where the true artistry of papyrus making begins. You select one of the peeled pith sections, perhaps choosing one of the wider, more promising pieces from the base of a mature stalk. You run your fingers gently over its cool, damp surface. It feels firm, yet yielding a dense mat of longitudinal fibers packed together by the plant's own natural glues and water content. You pick up your slicing tool. This is not the sturdy flint flake or shell you used for the rough work of stripping the rind. This is likely your finest, sharpest implement. Perhaps a sliver of obsidian traded from distant lands and valued for its incredibly keen edge, or a small razor-thin bronze blade honed to perfection, its handle wrapped with fine linen for a secure grip. Whatever its material, its edge must be flawless, capable of gliding through the delicate pith almost without resistance. A dull or nicked blade here would be disastrous, tearing the fibers, creating uneven strips, and wasting precious material. The exact method of slicing this triangular pith into the ultra-thin strips required for papyrus sheets. Whether a long continuous ribbon was somehow unrolled or pared from the stalk, or if it was cut into shorter lengths first, or even if the stalk was quartered before these fine layers were lifted, is still a subject of meticulous study and reconstruction by experts. Ancient depictions of this specific stage are frustratingly rare, and later textual descriptions, like those from a learned man from a far-off land and a much later time who tried to describe the process, can be ambiguous, open to various interpretations. You, however, work from a tradition passed down through generations, a muscle memory and an intuitive understanding of the material that transcends written instruction. Let's imagine you are working with a section of pith, perhaps a cubit in length. You lay it flat on your smooth working stone, one of its 3 flat sides facing upwards. You might lightly sprinkle it with a little fresh water from your pot, just to keep the surface perfectly moist and pliable, preventing the fibers from drying and becoming brittle during this delicate operation. Then, holding the pith steady with one hand, your fingers spread wide to exert gentle, even pressure, you position your blade at one edge. This is like trying to microtome a cloud with a flint knife. The pressure must be infinitesimally light, yet perfectly controlled. With a slow, steady movement, you draw the blade towards you, or perhaps push it away, depending on your preferred technique and the tool itself. The blade glides into the pith, and if all goes well, a near-transparent paper-thin strip begins to separate from the main body of the material. It's a magical moment watching this layer lift, almost as if the pith itself is willingly offering up its essence. The sound is barely audible, a soft whispering shh, or a faint zip, like the rustle of a silkworm's cocoon. It's far quieter than the robust tearing of the rind. This is a sound of pure finesse. The strip you are paring away is incredibly thin, so thin that the light passes through it, making it appear almost ethereal. You can see the intricate network of individual cellulose fibers running parallel to each other, held together by the natural gummy substances within the plant. It's astonishingly delicate. A slight tremor in your hand, a moment's lapse in concentration, an unexpected knot or tougher spot in the pith, and the strip could tear or come away unevenly thick. Each successful slice is a small triumph of skill over the inherent fragility of the material. These strips are the very soul of the papyrus sheet to come. As the strip lengthens, you guide it carefully, perhaps allowing it to curl gently onto the working surface beside the parent block of pith, or if it's particularly long and fine, you might even let it hang for a moment over the edge of your stone before laying it down. These fresh strips are damp and slightly sticky to the touch from the natural plant sugars and starches. This inherent adhesiveness is crucial as it will later help the overlapping strips to bond together into a cohesive sheet without the need for any external glue, a truly ingenious aspect of this ancient technology. You're essentially making ancient cling film, but infinitely more noble in its purpose. You continue this process, slicing layer after layer from the flat surface of the pith. Each strip must be as uniform in thickness as you can possibly make it. The quality of the final papyrus sheet, its smoothness, its flexibility, its suitability for writing, depends critically on the evenness of these foundational strips. The finest papyrus, the kind that might be used for sacred texts in the temple libraries or for important royal annals, was renowned for its silk-like texture and near-perfect consistency. This was achieved not by magic, but by the painstaking skill of artisans like yourself, patiently, meticulously slicing away, seeking that perfect thinness. It was said by some that the thinner the papyrus strip, the more truth or clarity it could hold, as if the very substance of the material was sympathetic to the words it would eventually bear. Sometimes, despite your best efforts, a strip will be imperfect. It might be a little too thick in one section, or develop a small tear, or have a slight discoloration from an internal blemish in the pith you hadn't noticed. These less than perfect strips are not necessarily discarded immediately. They might be set aside for making lower-grade papyrus, perhaps for rough drafts, students' exercises, or everyday household accounts where absolute perfection is not required. Or if the flaw is minor, it might be subtly incorporated into a sheet where it is less noticeable. Waste not, want not is a principle that applies even to these delicate slivers. The work is intensely focused. Your eyes are fixed on the blade, on the emerging strip, on the texture of the pith. Your breathing is slow and steady. The world outside your small shaded workspace, the heat, the distant village sounds, the ache in your shoulder, fades into the background. There is only you, the pith, and the keen edge of your tool. If you were to sneeze now, or if a sudden gust of wind were to find its way under your awning, your whole morning's delicate work could quite literally fly away or become a tangled, sticky mess. On particularly dry, windy days, you might even find these incredibly thin, lightweight strips trying to cling to your hands or to each other with a surprising tenacity, animated by what you might call a mischievous air spirit. But what a philosopher from a much later age would identify as static electricity. After you have sliced away all the usable layers from one flat surface of the triangular pith section, you carefully rotate it, exposing a new untouched surface, and begin the process anew. And then again for the third side. It's a slow, methodical mining of the stalk's treasure. The pile of translucent ribbon-like strips grows steadily beside you, a shimmering, pale mound. You might lay them carefully on a clean, damp linen cloth, or perhaps in a shallow, water-filled tray to keep them moist and prevent them from curling too much or sticking together prematurely. They are so thin, these strips, that if you held one up, you could probably see the vague outline of your hand through it, or as the old joke goes, you could read tomorrow's news through it, if only tomorrow's news was conveniently written on the other side in very large hieroglyphs. The number of usable strips you can get from a single stalk section depends on its initial thickness and quality, and of course on your skill in slicing. A good thick stalk might yield 20 or more fine strips from each of its three faces. The very center of the triangular pith, the heart, is sometimes a little too dense or fibrous to produce the finest, most flexible strips, and might be reserved for slightly thicker, less prestigious grades of papyrus, or even discarded if it proves too intractable. Your knowledge of the material guides every decision, every movement of the blade. Hours pass in this state of deep concentration. The sun begins its slow descent from its zenith, though the heat remains oppressive. You might pause occasionally to dip your slicing tool in water, cleaning off any accumulated gummy residue, or to gently moisten the pith section you are working on. You stretch your fingers, flex your wrist, and then return to the delicate task. This is the quiet core of your craft, the transformation that is almost alchemical, turning a common marsh reed into the potential for poetry, for history, for lore, for magic. Each perfect strip is a silent promise. Eventually you have worked through your pile of peeled pith sections, or at least a significant portion of them. Before you now lies a beautiful, almost luminous collection of these exquisitely thin, moist and incredibly fragile strips of papyrus. They look like spun moonlight, or perhaps the solidified breath of the Nile itself. They are ready for the next stage of their journey, the stage where they will begin to truly become paper, a careful soaking, a crucial step in preparing them to bond and meld into a single cohesive entity. You look at this delicate, shimmering hoard, the result of so much patient labor, and feel a quiet sense of pride. The hardest, most skill-intensive part of the preparation is done. You gaze upon the fruits of your meticulous labor, that shimmering, almost ethereal collection of ultra-thin papyrus strips. They lie like a hoard of captured moonlight on your clean, damp linen cloth, or within a shallow, moist tray, their surfaces still dewy, their collective fragrance, a subtle, clean perfume in the warm air of your shaded workspace. The sun, though you are shielded from its direct glare, has unmistakably passed its zenith. The quality of the light tells you that the day is now firmly into its afternoon phase, though you still think of it as an extension of a very long morning's work. The most demanding part, the precision slicing that requires such intense focus, is behind you. Now these delicate ribbons of potential must undergo another crucial transformation, a gentle immersion that will prepare them for their ultimate destiny as a unified sheet. It's time to give them a bath, a proper soaking. the papyrus equivalent of a spa day designed to soften them further and encourage their natural inclination to bond. First, you need fresh water and suitable vessels. You rise perhaps a little stiffly from your hours of hunched concentration and fetch your water pot. The water within is relatively cool, drawn earlier from the village well, or perhaps carefully decanted from a larger jar where sediment from the Nile water has been allowed to settle. The purity of the water is of some importance, especially if the papyrus you are making is intended for high-status documents or sacred texts for the local temple. Murky water, heavy with silt, or organic matter could potentially discolor the delicate strips or impede the clean bonding process. You wouldn't want a scribe complaining that his meticulously inscribed prayer to Osiris looks like it's been written on a sheet that had a prior life as a hippopotamus's bath mat. Your soaking vessels are simple but effective wide shallow clay dishes, their interiors perhaps burnished smooth, or maybe a few sturdy wooden trays, their seams carefully sealed with a little beeswax or resin to make them watertight. You ensure they are clean, free from any dust or debris that might cling to the precious strips. You pour the fresh water into them, filling them to a depth of a few fingers' breadth, enough for the strips to be fully submerged, but not so deep that they will be difficult to retrieve later. The water settles its surface, a calm, clear mirror, reflecting the patterns of the palm frond awning above you. Now, with the utmost care, you begin to transfer the delicate papyrus strips from their temporary resting place into the water-filled trays. This is an operation that requires a feather-light touch. The strips, already so thin and fragile, are even more susceptible to tearing or tangling, now that their initial slight stickiness is being reactivated by their own moisture. You might use a thin, smooth piece of reed or a sliver of polished bone to gently lift a small group of strips, supporting them from beneath, and then carefully lower them into the water. Or if they are lying on a damp cloth, you might even be able to gently slide the cloth itself towards the tray and coax the strips off its surface and into their watery embrace. It's like trying to handle strands of wet silk, if silk were also prone to disintegrating if you looked at it too sternly. As the first strips meet the water, they seem to sigh and relax. They uncurl slightly, any tendency to cling to each other lessened by the surrounding liquid. They float for a moment on the surface like miniature pale rafts, before gradually absorbing more water and beginning to sink slowly, gracefully to the bottom of the tray. You watch them fascinated by their gentle descent. They become even more translucent in the water, their fibrous structure beautifully highlighted the individual strands, looking like threads of spun glass. Tiny air bubbles trapped within the fibers or clinging to their surfaces might detach and rise to the surface, little silver spheres, making a fleeting appearance before vanishing. You lay the strips side by side in the trays, trying to keep them from overlapping too much at this stage, though a little contact is unavoidable and not detrimental. You want each strip to have good access to the water to allow for even soaking. As you add more strips, the clear water in the trays might begin to take on a very faint cloudiness, perhaps a pale yellowish or greenish tinge, as some of the soluble sugars and other natural compounds within the papyrus begin to leach out. This is a good sign. This process not only softens the cellulose fibers, making them more pliable and supple, but it also helps to further release and distribute the plant's own natural gummy polysaccharides. These are the magical, invisible glues that under pressure will bind the strips together into a single remarkably strong and durable sheet. No need for messy pots of animal hide glue or sticky tree resins here. The papyrus provides its own adhesive, a testament to the elegant efficiency of nature's design. The optimal duration for soaking papyrus strips, and whether different water sources, for instance Nile water taken directly from the river versus cleaner well water, or even additives like a tiny pinch of natron or a specific type of river clay, were sometimes used to affect the final paper's quality. Color or longevity remains an area of active research and experimentation by modern scholars and craftspeople trying to rediscover these ancient secrets. Some believe a longer soak, perhaps, even for several days, changing the water periodically produces a whiter, more flexible sheet, while a shorter soak might yield a slightly stiffer, perhaps more robust material. You work according to the traditions passed down to you, traditions that have been refined over countless generations of papyrus makers, aiming for that perfect balance. As you continue to fill the trays, you might hum a quiet tune, a simple repetitive melody that helps to maintain the calm, focused rhythm of your work. Or perhaps you listen to the sounds around you, the gentle lapping of the water as you add more strips, the distant, muted sounds of village life, the incessant sleepy buzz of a lazy afternoon insect. There's a belief held by some of the older artisans that if you whisper good intentions or quiet prayers for clarity and wisdom over the soaking trays, the papyrus made from those strips will bring good fortune and insight to those who eventually write upon it. It's a charming notion, and while you may not consciously subscribe to it, there's certainly no harm in wishing your handiwork well on its journey into the world of words. You also recall an old woman in the village who swore that soaking strips under the light of a full moon, especially when the dog star Sirius was bright in the sky, would produce papyrus of unparalleled luminescence sheets that almost glowed in the dark. You haven't tried that yourself. Your production schedule is usually dictated more by the availability of reeds and sunlight than by the lunar cycle. You handle each strip as if it were a precious jewel. A moment of carelessness, a snag on the edge of the tray, a too hasty movement, and a strip can be ruined, or at least relegated to a lower grade. You are now essentially making a very delicate, very important plant-based tea, allowing the water to work its gentle magic on the fibers. The strips, fully submerged, seem to come alive in a subtle way, swaying gently. If you disturb the water, their pale forms almost ghostly. You ensure they are not too crowded, giving them space to fully hydrate. The water should be changed if it becomes too cloudy or if the soaking is to be prolonged to prevent any unwanted fermentation or spoilage which could stain the papyrus or weaken its fibers. One by one, tray by tray, your precious harvest of meticulously sliced pith is committed to the water. The process is slow, deliberate, almost reverent. You are not merely washing the strips, you are imbuing them, preparing them, coaxing them towards their destiny. The coolness of the water on your fingers is a pleasant sensation in the afternoon heat. The sight of the pale strips lying peacefully in their clear, or slightly tinged baths is deeply satisfying. They are now officially more hydrated than you are, which is saying something given the amount of sweat you've produced today. Finally, the last of the fine strips from your morning slicing session are laid to rest in their watery beds. You stand back and survey your work. Several shallow trays are now filled with these silent, submerged forms, the future pages of countless documents, letters, accounts, and perhaps even a poem or a magical incantation. Their transformation is underway, a quiet, passive process that nevertheless requires your careful oversight. For now their part in the action is to simply soak, to soften, to release. And your part for this particular stage is complete. The sun is beginning its slow descent towards the western horizon, though many hours of daylight still remain. A definite weariness has settled into your bones, a comfortable ache that speaks of honest labor. The pangs of hunger, which you had managed to ignore during your intense concentration on slicing and soaking, now make themselves known with a gentle insistence. The thought of a simple midday meal, or perhaps given the hour an early afternoon meal, and a brief period of rest, becomes overwhelmingly appealing. The papyrus strips are safe in their watery sanctuary. They need time, and so it seems do you. You turn from the silently soaking strips of papyrus, their pale forms resting peacefully in the shallow trays of water. A profound, if temporary, sense of completion settles over you for this stage of the work. The sun, though beginning its slow descent from its noonday peak, still radiates a formidable heat, and the air in your shaded workspace, while cooler than the direct blaze outside, is thick and carries the lingering damp earth and cucumber scent of your morning's labor. Your body, a faithful if sometimes complaining servant, is now sending unmistakable signals of its own needs, a dull ache in your back, a weariness in your arms, and a persistent hollow gnawing in your stomach that speaks of expended energy. It is undoubtedly time for the midday repast, that crucial pause in the day's rhythm that refuels both body and spirit. You move a little away from your immediate working area, careful not to disturb the trays of soaking pith. You find a relatively clean spot on the packed earth, perhaps leaning your back against the cool mud brick wall of your dwelling, or settling onto a worn but familiar reed mat that serves as your all-purpose seating. First, you attempt to clean your hands. You pour a little water from your drinking pot over them, rubbing them together vigorously. The sticky papyrus sap, mixed with fine particles of dust and dried mud, doesn't come away easily. You achieve a state that might be generously described as less grimy rather than truly clean, but in your world it's perfectly acceptable for mealtime. No one's expecting a pre-prandial hand inspection from the local sanitation officer, mainly because such a role doesn't exist, and if it did, they'd have their work cut out for them. Your meal is simple, a testament to the daily realities of a craftsman's life. There are no elaborate platters, no delicately spiced concoctions. This is fuel, honest and unpretentious. You unwrap a small bundle from a piece of clean, coarse linen. Inside rests a flat, round loaf of bread, its crust a dark, almost singed brown, its texture dense and slightly coarse. This is likely aish baladi, the traditional flatbread made from emmer wheat or barley, the staple grains of Kemet for millennia. Workers on the grand state projects, the pyramid builders of Giza, or the tomb cutters in the Valley of the Kings, were often paid their wages in precisely these commodities, bread and beer, the cornerstones of the Egyptian diet. Your loaf is not the light, airy bread of a nobleman's table. It's hearty, substantial, designed to fill the belly and sustain effort. Alongside the bread, there might be a couple of raw onions, small and pungent, their papery skins flaking off as you handle them. Perhaps a few dark, wrinkled dates, their sweetness a welcome counterpoint to the more savory elements, or a small handful of dried figs, their chewy texture and concentrated sugars a quick source of energy. If you are fortunate today, there might be a small piece of salted dried fish, its aroma sharp and briny, a precious source of protein. It's not exactly a pharaoh's feast, but to your hungry body it's a banquet. You break off a piece of the bread. Its crumb is dense, slightly sour from the wild yeasts used in its making, and if you're being perfectly honest, it probably contains a discernible amount of very fine sand. This was an unavoidable consequence of grinding grain with stone querns and baking in simple clay ovens. Even the wealthiest Egyptians couldn't entirely escape this gritty addition to their daily bread, a fact attested to by the worn teeth often found in ancient mummies. You try not to think about your dental plan, or rather the complete and utter lack thereof, as you chew. The bread is filling, though, and its earthy taste is deeply familiar, the taste of sustenance itself. You take a bite of an onion, its sharp, pungent flavor cutting through the starchiness of the bread, making your eyes water just a little. It's a bracing, cleansing taste. Then perhaps a date, its intense sweetness flooding your mouth, a small sticky moment of pure pleasure. You eat slowly, methodically, not out of any particular etiquette, but because your body is tired, and the act of eating is itself a form of rest, a pause in the relentless demands of the day. You might gaze out from your shaded spot, observing the play of sunlight and shadow on the dusty ground, the distant shimmer of heat haze rising from the fields, or the lazy circling of a hawk high above. And then there is the beer, or henket as it is known. This is not the clear, fizzy, heavily hopped beverage of a modern pub. Ancient Egyptian beer was often a thick, soupy, low-alcohol concoction brewed from barley or emmer, sometimes flavored with dates, honey, or herbs like coriander or cumin. It was less filtered, more like a nutritious liquid bread, and was a vital source of calories, vitamins, and hydration for people of all ages and social classes. The exact consistency and alcoholic content of everyday ancient Egyptian beer is still debated by archaeobrewers and experimental historians, though it was likely far more of a foodstuff than an intoxicant in its daily form. You pour some from a small stoppered clay jar into a simple earthenware cup, or perhaps you drink it directly from the jar's narrow neck. It's cool, or at least cooler, than the ambient air having been stored in the shade. The liquid is cloudy, perhaps a pale brownish or reddish hue, with a slightly tangy, malty and faintly sour taste. It's refreshing in its own way, washing down the dry bread and quenching the thirst that has built up over hours of labor. This beer is probably more nutritious than some of those sugary energy drinks from future millennia, and definitely more historically authentic. You might recall a local belief that eating the crust of the bread, the darkest, hardest part, will give you a strong voice suitable for calling out across the marshes or haggling effectively in the market. Or perhaps a saying that a good strong beer can wash away the weariness of the morning and pave the way for an afternoon of productive work. These little folk wisdoms, whether true or not, add a certain flavor to the otherwise unvarying routine of your meals. You certainly feel some of the weariness begin to recede as the food and drink settle in your stomach, a gentle warmth spreading through your limbs. There are no conversations, no distractions. This is a solitary meal, a moment for quiet contemplation, or simply a blessed emptiness of mind. The only sounds are the crunch of your own chewing, the soft sigh as you swallow, the gentle clink of your cup against the jar. It's the original power lunch, ancient style, designed not for networking or closing deals, but for the very real purpose of powering you through several more hours of physically demanding craftsmanship. You are in essence recharging your own internal batteries, which, unlike modern devices, run on bread, onions, and slightly sour beer. You finish the last of your bread, wipe your mouth with the back of your hand, and take a final satisfying swig of beer. The gnawing hunger has been appeased, replaced by a comfortable feeling of fullness. The world seems a slightly more benevolent place than it did half an hour ago. The aches in your muscles haven't vanished, but they seem less insistent, a dull background hum rather than a sharp complaint. You sit for a few more moments enjoying the stillness, the brief cessation of labor. Your eyelids might feel a little heavy. The combination of food, the afternoon heat, and the morning's exertion is a potent recipe for drowsiness. A short nap right now would be a profound luxury, but the papyrus in its watery baths awaits its next transformation, and daylight, though still ample, is a finite resource. You look over towards the trays where the pale strips are soaking. They lie still and silent, absorbing the water, softening, preparing. Their quiet industry reminds you of your own. The process is ongoing. Your brief respite, your simple but vital meal, has equipped you for the next stage. A sense of renewed, if gentle, purpose begins to stir within you. The deep fatigue has been blunted, the immediate needs of your body met. It is time soon to return to the delicate dance of creation, to take those individual, now pliable strips and begin the magic of weaving them into a unified whole. The thought of forming the first sheet is already beginning to take shape in your mind. You rise a little reluctantly, perhaps, from your comfortable resting spot against the cool mud brick wall. The simple meal of coarse bread, sharp onion, and slightly sour beer has done its work, dulling the sharp edges of your fatigue and replenishing some of your expended energy. The sun, though past its zenith, still holds considerable sway over the afternoon, and the air remains warm and thick. Your gaze drifts back to the shallow trays where the pale, delicate strips of papyrus pith lie submerged, their silent, watery vigil continuing. They have been soaking for some time, now becoming even more pliable. Their natural adhesives gently activated, ready for the next crucial stage, the magical act of lamination, the creation of a coherent sheet from these disparate, fragile ribbons. First, you prepare your laying surface. This is typically a flat, smooth wooden board, one that has been carefully planned and perhaps sanded down with rough sandstone to remove any splinters or irregularities that could mar the delicate surface of the nascent papyrus sheet. Or if wood is scarce, or you prefer its properties, a large flat slab of stone, its surface cool and unyielding, might serve the same purpose. Whatever the material, it must be immaculately clean. You wipe it down with a damp cloth, ensuring no dust or stray particles remain. Then upon this prepared board, you carefully spread a piece of clean linen cloth slightly larger than the sheet of papyrus you intend to create. This cloth is crucial. It will provide a receptive undersurface for the papyrus strips, and importantly, will help to absorb some of the excess water during the pressing stage, while also preventing the new sheet from sticking irrevocably to the board itself. You dampen this linen cloth evenly with fresh water, wringing out any excess, so that it is uniformly moist but not soaking wet. It lies there now, a cool, pale rectangle, an invitation to creation. With your laying surface ready, you turn your attention back to the trays of soaking papyrus strips. You reach in gently your fingers, disturbing the still water, and select a single strip. It feels incredibly soft and pliable in your hand, almost gelatinous, far more delicate than even when you first sliced it from the pith. It's cool to the touch, and as you lift it from the water, it drips, glistening, its translucency even more apparent. It's like handling a sliver of solidified water, a captured piece of the Nile's own essence. You handle it with the utmost care, supporting its length, acutely aware that a moment's incaution could lead to a tear or a hopeless tangle. This is where the true test of your gentle hand begins. This first layer you are about to create will form the recto of the papyrus sheet, the front, the primary writing surface. For this reason, the ancient tradition, and indeed the preference of scribes throughout millennia, dictates that the fibers of this layer should run horizontally. This provides a smoother path for the reed pen, reducing the chances of it catching or spluttering, allowing the hieroglyphs or hieratic script to flow more gracefully. So you take your first selected strip and carefully lay it horizontally across the top edge of your damp linen cloth on the board. You position it meticulously, ensuring it is as straight as your eye can make it. No rulers or laser levels in your toolkit, just years of experience, a well-calibrated sense of alignment, and perhaps a silent prayer to Thoth, the god of wisdom writing, and straight lines for good measure. As the wet strip makes contact with the damp linen, it seems to sigh into place, clinging slightly. The natural stickiness of the papyrus, enhanced by the soaking process, which has further released its hemicelluloses and pectins, begins to assert itself. This is the magic at the heart of papyrus making. No external adhesive is required. The plant itself provides everything needed to bind layer to layer, fiber to fiber. You gently pat the strip down with your fingertips, smoothing out any tiny wrinkles or air bubbles, ensuring good contact with the cloth beneath. It's like ancient Egyptian arts and crafts hour, but with slightly higher stakes for your professional reputation and the integrity of future historical records. Then you select another strip from the soaking tray. It too is lifted with care, dripping its cool water, and laid horizontally just below the first one. Here, another critical decision of technique arises. Whether the strips in this initial layer were laid down with a deliberate slight overlap from the very beginning, ensuring no gaps, or meticulously placed precisely edge to edge, and only then pressed sufficiently during a later stage to create an almost imperceptible fusion at the margins, is a fine point of technique debated by conservators and experimental papyrologists seeking to replicate the finest ancient examples. Let's imagine your tradition favors a minuscule overlap, no more than the width of a flax thread, just enough to guarantee a seamless join when pressed. You carefully nudge this second strip so that its lower edge just kisses and slightly covers the upper edge of the first strip. The water acts as a lubricant for a moment, allowing you to make these tiny adjustments before the natural tackiness takes hold. And so the process continues strip by painstaking strip. You select, you lift, you place, you align, you gently pat down. Each strip is a fragile entity, demanding your full concentration. The work is slow, methodical, almost hypnotic. The only sounds are the softest of squishing or patting noises as you position each strip, the occasional drip of water from your hand or from a particularly saturated piece of pith, and your own quiet breathing. The air remains scented with that clean green, slightly sweet aroma of wet papyrus. You are in a very real sense weaving with water and plant fiber, creating a textile not of thread, but of life's thinnest, most delicate layers. As the horizontal layer grows, you marvel at the subtle variations within the material. Some strips might be a shade paler, some a fraction more translucent. Some might have a slightly more pronounced fibrous pattern. These are not flaws, but rather the individual character of the plant, the unique signature of each stalk that grew in the marsh. It is these minute differences that will give the final sheet its own subtle menu, its distinct personality. There's a local belief whispered among some older makers that if this first layer is laid down while your heart is calm and your thoughts are peaceful, the writings eventually inscribed upon that sheet will themselves carry an aura of peace and clarity. It's a pleasant thought to hold onto as you work a small infusion of intention into the craft. You must ensure that the overall width of your growing rectangle of papyrus remains consistent and that the edges are reasonably straight. Standard sizes for papyrus sheets did exist in ancient times, partly for ease of trade, and partly so they could be conveniently joined together side by side to form long scrolls. A common scroll might consist of 20 such sheets glued together, creating a writing surface many cubits in length, suitable for lengthy literary works, detailed temple inventories, or extensive legal documents. Your aim today might be to produce a sheet of a familiar, marketable dimension. Occasionally, a strip might prove a little troublesome. It might try to curl at the edges as it begins to lose some of its surface water to the damp cloth, or it might have a slight natural curve from its original position in the stalk that you need to gently coax into straightness. You learn to anticipate these small rebellions, to work with the inherent nature of the material, rather than fighting against it. This is a partnership, a collaboration between your skill and the papyrus's own properties. You are essentially creating organic, biodegradable laminate, one slimy, surprisingly cooperative strip at a time. Trying to get them all perfectly straight and evenly overlapped is a job that requires superhuman patience, or at least a very well-developed ability to enter a state of focused, unhurried calm. The sun, your silent companion, continues its journey across the vast blue canvas of the Egyptian sky. The shadows in your workspace lengthen almost imperceptibly. You might pause for a moment to dip your fingers in the cool water of one of the soaking trays, then press them to your temples, a small gesture of refreshment. Then back to the meticulous task. The surface before you is transforming. What was a blank, damp cloth is now becoming a pale, glistening rectangle of nascent paper, a mosaic of perfectly aligned, translucent strips. The water content is high, and the whole layer gleams wetly, the individual fibers within each strip, clearly visible, all running in the same horizontal direction, like a calm, solidified river. You reach the desired length for your sheet. The last horizontal strip is laid in place, its edge carefully aligned. You take a step back or lean back to survey your handiwork. The first layer, the weft, is complete. It lies there pristine and patient, a field of pale, horizontal lines waiting for its counterpart. It is beautiful in its simplicity, in its ordered fragility. It holds the promise of strength, but for now it is just one half of the equation, a delicate foundation upon which the true character of the papyrus sheet will be built. The next step will be to lay another layer, this time with the strips running vertically perpendicular to these, creating the strong crisscross structure that defines true papyrus. But for this moment, you appreciate the quiet perfection of this single horizontal expanse. You pause for a moment, allowing your eyes to appreciate the quiet beauty of the completed horizontal layer of papyrus strips. It lies before you on the damp linen cloth, a pale, glistening rectangle, a testament to your patient skill. Each translucent strip is perfectly aligned, its fibers running in a single unified direction, like a calm, frozen river of plant essence. It is a delicate foundation, beautiful in its simplicity, but it is still only half of what it needs to be. To achieve the strength, the flexibility, and the true character of a usable writing sheet, it requires its perpendicular partner, the layer that will interlock with it, creating the robust fabric that is the hallmark of true papyrus. With a renewed sense of purpose, you turn back to your trays of soaking pith strips. The water in the trays is cool, and the strips themselves are now thoroughly saturated, soft, and wonderfully pliable, their natural adhesiveness at its peak. You select another strip, just as carefully as before, lifting it gently from its watery bath. It drips cool and slippery in your fingers. Whether the second layer, the verso, was typically made from strips of the same prime quality and thickness as the first, the recto, or if slightly shorter or marginally inferior strips were sometimes deemed acceptable for this less critical surface, is a question examined by meticulous microscopic analysis of surviving ancient sheets by diligent scholars. For your purposes today, let's assume you are aiming for a good, consistent quality throughout. So you choose strips that are just as fine and well prepared as those in the first layer. This time, however, you will lay the strips vertically at a right angle to the horizontal layer already in place. You take the first vertical strip and position it carefully along one edge of the horizontal layer, its length running from top to bottom. It lies now not directly on the damp linen cloth, but upon the still wet, slightly tacky surface of the first papyrus layer. The sensation is subtly different. There's a soft, yielding quality as the new strip makes contact with the one beneath it. A tiny bit of water might be gently squeezed out from between the two layers as you lightly pat the vertical strip into place. The inherent stickiness of the plant's own sugars and saps immediately begins to work its magic, creating a gentle but definite bond between the two wet surfaces. It's like introducing two old friends who haven't seen each other in a while. They just naturally want to connect. You smooth the vertical strip down with your fingertips, ensuring there are no trapped air bubbles or wrinkles. Its fibers now run perpendicularly to those of the layer beneath, creating the beginning of a visible grid, a miniature checkerboard of pale translucent squares where the fibers intersect. This crisscross structure is the secret to Papyrus's remarkable strength and resilience, a design perfected over centuries, making it far superior to more primitive writing materials, like simple leaves or pieces of bark, and more flexible and lighter than clay tablets. It's this ingenious two-ply construction that allowed scrolls to be rolled and unrolled countless times, to be transported across vast distances, and to survive in some cases for millennia. You select another vertical strip from the soaking tray and lay it down beside the first, again ensuring that minuscule, almost imperceptible overlap with its neighbor. Strip by strip, you build this second layer, working your way across the width of the horizontal foundation. Each vertical strip is laid with the same meticulous care as the horizontal ones, your movements slow, deliberate and precise. The silence of your workspace is broken only by the softest of sounds, the gentle splash as you retrieve a strip from the water, the almost inaudible wet pat pat pat. As you smooth it into place, the occasional sigh of your own breath as you concentrate. You are now quite literally weaving with wet noodles, but in two distinct dimensions. It's advanced, ancient craftsmanship, this. As the vertical layer grows, the appearance of your nascent sheet of papyrus changes significantly. It begins to look less like a collection of individual ribbons and more like a single cohesive entity. The crisscrossing fibers create a beautiful subtle texture, and the sheet as a whole becomes slightly less translucent, a little more substantial. If you were to hold it up to the light, which you wouldn't dare do at this fragile stage, you would see the light filtering through the tiny interstices of the grid, a delicate lattice work. It's starting to look less like a mysterious science experiment and more like something one could actually envision writing upon eventually. If you squint, it almost resembles a very pale, very damp, and slightly wobbly piece of ancient graph paper. The natural adhesiveness between the two layers is surprisingly effective, even before any pressing. The wet papyrus fibers have an eagerness to meld to become one. You might notice that if you need to make a tiny adjustment to a freshly laid vertical strip, it already offers a slight resistance, a gentle reluctance to be moved from its new companion layer below. This is the plant's own magic at work, a quiet miracle of natural chemistry. Some ancient philosophers might have poetically described this as the very breath of the Nile, the Nephu being trapped and harmonized between the layers, giving the sheet its life and spirit. Or perhaps it's just the wonderfully sticky polysaccharides doing their job. You continue your patient work, laying down each vertical strip with unwavering attention. You ensure the edges of this second layer align with the edges of the first, creating a neat rectangular sheet. The overall thickness is now doubled, of course, but it is still a very thin, very delicate, and very wet affair. The sheer amount of water held within these two layers is considerable. You can see it glistening on the surface, feel its coolness. This water is both a friend keeping the fibers pliable and the natural glues active, and an opponent that will eventually need to be patiently vanquished through pressing and drying. There might be a subtle, almost unspoken tradition among some papyrus makers that the number of vertical strips should ideally correspond closely to the number of horizontal strips used for a given area, creating a perfectly balanced and harmonious grid. This, it might be believed, leads to a stronger, more stable sheet, less prone to warping or splitting. Whether there's any scientific basis for this, or if it's just an aesthetic preference or a craftsman's superstition, is hard to say, but you find yourself instinctively aiming for this kind of balance, this pleasing symmetry in the weave. Some have even poetically suggested that this crisscross pattern, this interweaving of north-south and east-west fibers, symbolically represents the unified lands of Upper and Lower Egypt, held together in strength and harmony, a microcosm of the kingdom itself on every sheet. It's a rather grand thought for such a humble object, but then again it is upon such humble objects that the grand thoughts of kings and priests will be recorded. The verso or backside of the papyrus sheet is formed by these vertical fibers you are now laying, while the recto with its horizontal fibers was the preferred side for writing. The verso was by no means always left blank. If papyrus was scarce, or if a document was particularly long, scribes would often continue their writing on the back. It was also commonly used for less formal purposes, calculations, rough drafts, students' exercises, or personal notes. The vertical fibers made writing a little more challenging, as the pen could sometimes catch, but it was perfectly serviceable. You are creating not just a front, but a functional back as well, a truly versatile double-sided, if not equally smooth-sided medium. The original double ply ready for your most important shopping lists, or perhaps a hastily scribbled magical spell to ensure a good price for your finished product at the market. The sun continues its slow arc across the sky. The shadows lengthen further. The heat of the day is at its peak, but within your shaded workspace, a cool, damp microclimate prevails, dominated by the scent of wet papyrus and the quiet intensity of your labor. You are nearing the completion of this second layer. Each strip is laid with the same care as the first, from one edge of the sheet to the other. Your movements are economical, born of long practice. There is a rhythm to it, now a gentle cadence of selecting, lifting, placing, and smoothing. Your mind is calm, focused entirely on the task at hand, on the creation of this perfect interlocking grid. Finally, you lay the last vertical strip in place. You carefully align its edge, pat it down gently, and then you pause. You lean back, your work for this stage complete. Before you lies a fully formed two-layered sheet of nascent papyrus. It is a pale, damp, glistening rectangle, its surface a beautiful mosaic of criss-crossing fibers, a testament to the inherent geometry of the plant and the skill of your hands. It looks for all intents and purposes like a freshly made piece of paper, albeit one that is very, very wet and still holds the secrets of its watery birth. It is ready now for the next vital transformation, the gentle but firm pressure that will meld these two layers into an inseparable whole, squeezing out the excess water. and beginning the slow journey towards a dry, flexible, and exquisitely writable surface. You gaze with a profound sense of accomplishment at the newly formed sheet of nascent papyrus. It lies there on your smooth wooden board, a pale glistening rectangle composed of two perfectly interlaced layers of delicate pith strips. The horizontal weft supporting the vertical warp, all held together by the plant's own miraculous sticky sugars and the shared moisture of their recent bath. It is a beautiful sight, this fragile, damp mosaic, the culmination of so many hours of careful labor, from the wading in the marshes to the meticulous slicing. But it is not yet paper. It is still far too wet, too pliable, too loosely bound. The next vital step in its transformation is one of quiet, steady pressure, a gentle but firm embrace that will persuade the two layers to become truly one and encourage the reluctant water to begin its journey back to the air from whence it came. Before the pressure can be applied, you must protect your creation. You take another piece of clean linen cloth, similar to the one beneath the papyrus, and dampen it evenly with fresh water, just as you did before. With the utmost care, you lay this second damp cloth over the top of the wet papyrus sheet, creating a sandwich board. Damp linen, 2 layers of papyrus, then another layer of damp linen. This top cloth will serve a similar purpose to the bottom one, preventing the papyrus from sticking to the pressing stone, absorbing some of the expelled water and helping to distribute the pressure more evenly across the delicate surface. You smooth it down gently with your palms, ensuring there are no wrinkles or trapped air that could mar the sheet beneath. Your papyrus is now nestled securely between its 2 linen guardians. Now for the press itself. In your humble workshop, there are no complex screw presses or mechanical contraptions. Such devices are inventions of a far distant future. Your press is nature's own gravity, harnessed through the simple, undeniable agency of heavy stones. You have a collection of these carefully chosen for their purpose, large, flat, smooth-surfaced pieces of limestone, or perhaps dense sandstone, their undersides worn even smoother through years of use in this very task. A particularly prized pressing stone might be a slab of dark, fine-grained basalt, traded from afar, known for its exceptional weight and its almost polished surface that leaves no impression on the delicate linen. You select 1 or more stones that you judge to be of the appropriate weight for the size of the sheet you have just made. Too little pressure, and the layers won't fuse properly, and not enough water will be expelled. Too much pressure, especially if applied unevenly, could crush the delicate fibers, ruining the sheet. It's a delicate balance, learned through experience and the occasional disappointing failure. Let's say you choose one large, particularly fine rectangular stone, its weight significant enough that you have to brace yourself properly to lift it. You hoist it carefully, its cool, ancient surface rough against your palms where it hasn't been worn smooth. This is the ancient Egyptian equivalent of a panini press, but designed for creating historical documents rather than toasted sandwiches and operating on a considerably slower, more meditative timescale. With slow, deliberate movements, you position this heavy stone directly over the linen papyrus linen sandwich on your board. You take a moment to ensure it is centered, that its weight will be distributed as evenly as possible. Then, with a final careful breath, you lower it. The stone settles onto the top linen cloth with a soft, almost inaudible thud, and perhaps a faint, wet, squishing sound. There is a moment of stillness, and then almost immediately you see the evidence of its work. Dark patches begin to appear around the edges of the linen cloths as water squeezed from the saturated papyrus strips by the immense even pressure begins to seep outwards. It's a slow, steady oozing, a visible sign that the process of consolidation has begun. The stone, once placed, seems an immovable object, a symbol of patient, unyielding force. Some artisans might give the stone a little ritualistic pat once it's in place, a silent request for it to do its work well, to be a benign agent in this act of creation. You're essentially asking a very heavy rock to be your gentle assistant. The sheer amount of water that begins to emerge can be quite surprising. It pools slightly on the board around the edges of the linen before slowly beginning to evaporate in the warm air or drip away. The color of this expelled water might not be perfectly clear. It often carries a faint yellowish or greenish tinge, evidence of more of those soluble plant compounds, the natural saps and sugars being squeezed out, along with the H2O. This very process, this intimate mingling and pressing of the fibers in their own sticky solution, is what creates the lamination, the almost seamless fusion of the two layers into a single remarkably strong sheet. Tomb scenes from various periods of Egyptian history sometimes depict aspects of daily life and craft. And while the papyrus-making process isn't always shown in exhaustive detail, the importance of pressing or beating to consolidate materials is a recurring theme in many ancient technologies. This effective lamination was a key reason why papyrus as a writing material was so revolutionary. It was light, flexible, yet durable enough to withstand rolling, unrolling, and handling by generations of scribes. You observe the process for a few minutes. The water continues to seep. The papyrus itself, hidden between its linen layers and beneath the heavy stone, is undergoing a profound transformation. Its individual strips, once distinct, are now being forced into such intimate contact, their cell walls bruising and their natural adhesives activating so thoroughly that they will begin to lose their separate identities and merge into a single cohesive fabric. The crisscross pattern of the fibers will become permanently locked, giving the sheet its characteristic strength in both directions. You're basically squishing a plant sandwich until it becomes a viable candidate for recording history, or at least a very strongly worded complaint to a local official. The exact amount of pressure required, the optimal duration of this initial pressing phase for complete lamination and water expulsion without damaging the delicate cellulose structure, and whether the sheets were pressed singly as you are doing now, or perhaps in small, carefully separated stacks in larger workshops, is still a matter of experimental archaeology and close examination of the microscopic structure of surviving ancient papyrus samples. Each artisan likely developed their own refinements based on the specific qualities of the local reeds, the ambient humidity, and the desired characteristics of the final product. It's a science learned by feel, by observation, by the successes and failures of countless previous attempts. If the sheet is particularly large, or if you feel the initial pressure isn't quite enough, you might carefully add a second smaller stone on top of the first, increasing the weight. This must be done with extreme caution, to avoid unbalancing the press or creating uneven pressure points. The goal is a uniform, steady compression. No hydraulic systems, no calibrated gauges, just your judgment and the honest, unyielding weight of carefully selected rocks. These stones are your silent partners in this endeavor. Their inertness transformed into active agency. Once the main pressing stone or stones are in place, and you are satisfied that the initial most vigorous expulsion of water has begun, a period of waiting commences. This is not an idle waiting, but a watchful one. The papyrus is now under significant stress, a stress test that would make any modern materials engineer take copious notes or possibly express some concern about unmonitored geological pressure. The fibers are compacting, the water is being driven out, and the natural glues are doing their miraculous work of bonding. You might stay nearby, keeping an eye on the seepage, ensuring that nothing has shifted untowardly. The sounds are minimal now, perhaps the occasional soft drip of water from the edge of your board, the distant hum of the village, the ever-present whisper of the warm afternoon breeze, if it manages to find its way into your shaded nook. The intense, focused activity of cutting, peeling, slicing, and laying has given way to a phase of quiet, powerful transformation orchestrated by weight and time. The sheet will remain under this heavy pressure for a considerable period, often for several hours or even longer, depending on the thickness of the papyrus and the ambient conditions. This initial pressing is crucial for removing the bulk of the free water. The linen cloths will become saturated and the area around your rudimentary press will be damp. You have initiated a slow, controlled dehydration, a process that must not be rushed if the sheet is to retain its integrity and achieve the desired smoothness and strength. The journey from wet individual strips to a dry, usable sheet of papyrus is a marathon, not a sprint, and this pressing stage is a critical, leg-wearying middle portion of that race. The papyrus is now in its cocoon, undergoing its metamorphosis, hidden from view, but actively changing, consolidating, becoming. Hours pass, marked by the slow, inexorable crawl of shadows across the dusty ground of your workspace and the shifting angle of the sun as it continues its majestic, unhurried journey towards the western horizon. The heavy stone or stones sit impassively upon your linen-wrapped papyrus sheet, their immense weight a silent, constant pressure. The initial vigorous oozing of water from between the linen layers has long since subsided, replaced by a much slower, almost imperceptible seepage. The damp patches on the board around the press have spread, and then begun to shrink slightly as the thirsty air drinks the moisture. You have been patient, allowing gravity and time to work their quiet magic, compacting the fibers, fusing the layers, and expelling the bulk of the water that once saturated every cell of the delicate pith. Finally, you judge that the initial pressing has done its work. The linen cloths, though still damp, are no longer sodden, and the papyrus within you sense has undergone a significant transformation. With a care born of long practice, you prepare to lift the great weight. Bracing yourself once more, you grip the heavy pressing stone, and with a controlled effort, you raise it from the papyrus sandwich. The air rushes into the space where it once rested, and you carefully set the stone aside, its task completed for this sheet. It has been a faithful, if rather undemonstrative assistant. Now, with a sense of quiet anticipation, you peel back the top layer of damp linen cloth. It lifts away with a slight soft sucking sound, revealing the papyrus sheet beneath. The transformation is immediately apparent. What was once a very wet, almost fluid collection of two distinct layers is now a single remarkably cohesive entity. It is still damp cool to the touch and pliable, but it possesses a new firmness, a resilience it lacked before. The individual strips, while their fibrous structure is still visible, are no longer truly separate. They have melded at their edges, fused by their own natural adhesives under the relentless persuasion of the press. The sheet is noticeably thinner now, the water that once plumped its cells largely squeezed out. Its color might have lightened further, a pale creamy ivory, and it has a smooth matte surface where the linen has left its gentle imprint. It looks and feels much more like paper. With extreme care, you begin to lift this damp, newly consolidated sheet from the bottom linen cloth. It is still delicate, especially at the edges, and a careless movement could cause a tear or a deformation. You might use a thin, smooth wooden slat or a piece of polished bone to gently coax one edge free, then slowly, carefully peel the entire sheet away from the linen. It comes away with a soft, reluctant sound, the linen having done its job of preventing sticking to the board below. You hold it in your hands for a moment, your creation. It is cool, flexible, and surprisingly strong for something so recently just a collection of wet plant fibers. It is a moment of quiet triumph. But the journey is not yet over. Though much water has been pressed out, a significant amount of moisture still remains locked within the fibers. This residual dampness must be removed slowly and thoroughly to ensure the sheet dries flat, strong, and ready for the scribe's pen. And for this, you turn to the greatest, most reliable drying agent in all of Kemet, the sun itself, the fiery eye of Ra. The arid Egyptian climate, so often harsh and unforgiving, is in this instance your most crucial ally, not only for the eventual long-term preservation of these documents you help create, but for their very manufacture. The sun will bake out the final dampness, stabilize the fibers, and give the papyrus its characteristic crispness. You look for a suitable place to lay your damp sheet for its sun bath. It needs to be a flat, clean surface, free from dust and grit that might adhere to the still tacky surface. Perhaps you have a special drying board, a smooth plank of wood reserved for this purpose, or a large flat piece of pottery, or even a designated stretch of clean sun-baked earth, covered with a fresh reed mat. It must be a location that will receive ample sunlight, but is also, if possible, sheltered from strong gusts of wind which could lift a drying sheet and send it tumbling, or deposit unwanted debris upon its pristine surface. And of course, it needs to be safe from the curious attentions of domestic animals or small unsupervised children. A goat attempting to sample your nearly finished product would be a minor catastrophe. Having chosen your spot, you carefully lay the damp papyrus sheet flat under the open sky. You smooth it down gently with your palms, ensuring it makes good contact with the drying surface, trying to preempt any tendency for the edges to curl as they dry, a common frustration if the drying is too rapid or uneven. Sometimes small, smooth pebbles or weights might be placed carefully on the very corners of the sheet to help keep it flat, though this must be done with caution to avoid marking the surface. This is the original solar-powered dehydrator, working its patient magic. And now another period of waiting begins, a testament to the virtue of patience, which is not just a desirable quality for a papyrus maker, but a fundamental job requirement probably listed right after good with heavy rocks and doesn't mind getting very wet. The sun, now beginning its slow descent in the western sky, but still possessing considerable power, beats down on the pale sheet. You watch as almost imperceptibly, at first, the drying process commences. The surface sheen of moisture begins to dull. The color of the papyrus may subtly change again, perhaps becoming a shade lighter, a more uniform creamy white or pale straw color as the last of the water molecules make their escape into the warm, dry air. You might check on it, periodically observing its progress, the exact duration of sun drying, and whether sheets were sometimes dried more slowly in carefully chosen shaded areas, or even indoors during the humid weeks of the Nile's inundation. Or for achieving specific desired qualities of papyrus is not always clear from the available archaeological evidence or tomb depictions, and likely depended on local conditions, the season, and individual workshop practices. But today the sun is strong, the air is dry, and your sheet is laid out to embrace its full power. If only you had a low-heat, gentle cycle setting on the sun. But alas, Ra operates on his own majestic, non-negotiable schedule. As it dries, the papyrus becomes stiffer, more rigid. Its flexibility lessens to be replaced by a nascent crispness. You might very carefully touch a corner. What was cool and yielding is now becoming warm and almost brittle to the touch, though brittle is too strong a word for good papyrus, which retains a remarkable resilience. You are essentially sunbathing a piece of paper into existence, letting the powerful solar rays complete the work of transformation that you began in the marsh. There are, of course, little superstitions or bits of folk wisdom associated with this drying stage. Some might say that one should never let the shadow of a crow or a vulture fall upon a drying sheet, as this could mean the papyrus is destined to carry bad news or ill omens. Others might believe that a sheet dried facing the east will be more receptive to sacred writings, while one dried facing west might be better for mundane accounts. You probably don't pay too much heed to these, relying more on practical considerations, like the angle of the sun and the direction of any slight breeze. However, you do ensure that the drying is as even as possible, as a sheet that dries too quickly on one side, while the other remains damp, can develop an annoying tendency to curl, much like an uncooperative scroll that refuses to lie flat. The hours of the late afternoon wear on. The shadows grow long and dramatic. Other activities in the village might be winding down. Children's games become less boisterous. Cooking fires for the evening meal begin to send their fragrant smoke into the air, and the sounds of tools from other workshops may lessen as craftsmen prepare to end their day. But your papyrus still lies there, patiently absorbing the last of the sun's warmth, releasing the last of its hidden moisture. It is a slow, silent conversation between the plant fibers and the celestial fire. You might use this quieter time to clean your tools, to tidy your workspace, or simply to sit and rest your eyes occasionally, drifting to the drying sheet, gauging its progress. The almost imperceptible shrinkage of the sheet as it loses its final water content is another sign that it is nearing completion. The fibers draw closer together, compacting just a little bit more, creating that dense, smooth surface that, once polished, will be so receptive to the scribe's ink. The cucumber-like freshness of its scent has now faded, replaced by a dry, almost dusty, faintly sweet aroma, the smell of finished papyrus, the smell of potential waiting to be filled. Finally, as the sun hovers just above the western horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange, purple, and deep crimson, you judge that your sheet is dry. Truly dry. You approach it and carefully touch its surface. It is no longer cool or damp. It is uniformly dry stiff and has a faint warmth from the absorbed sunlight. It feels light in your hand when you lift it, no longer weighed down by its considerable water content. It is a pale, creamy rectangle, perhaps with a slightly rougher texture than it will have once it's polished, and maybe the edges are a tiny bit uneven, but it is unmistakably paper. It has completed its long journey from a humble reed in the marsh to this sophisticated structured writing material. It lies there a blank slate, silent and expectant, but it is not quite ready for the scribe. One final touch, a process of smoothing and perfecting, awaits. The sky is ablaze with the fiery farewell of the sun. Hues of incandescent orange, deep royal purple, and soft rose-petal pink paint the western horizon, a daily masterpiece of divine artistry that even the most skilled temple painter, with his precious lapis lazuli and powdered malachite, could only dream of capturing. The air, which blazed with heat for so many hours, now begins to soften, to carry the first hints of the evening's coolness, a welcome respite. Your sheet of papyrus, now fully dry, lies on its clean mat or board, no longer a damp, pliable thing, but a stiff, pale rectangle, radiating a faint, lingering warmth from its long siesta under Ra's direct gaze. It is undeniably paper, a solid, tangible object, but it is not yet perfect. Its surface, though relatively even, still possesses a slight roughness, a matte texture inherited from the linen cloths and the simple act of drying. For it to truly welcome the scribe's reed pen, for the ink to flow smoothly and the characters to form with clarity and grace, one final act of refinement is needed, the gentle art of polishing. You carefully pick up the dry sheet. It feels light, almost airy compared to its previous water-laden states, yet it has a surprising tensile strength, a resilience born from those intimately fused criss-crossing layers of pith. You carry it back to your primary workspace, perhaps the same smooth stone or sturdy wooden bench where you performed the delicate operations of stripping and slicing. The light is fading, but there is still enough ambient glow from the western sky, perhaps augmented by the first flickering light from an oil lamp within your dwelling, to see by. This is a task that relies as much on feel as it does on sight. Your polishing tool is a simple yet precious implement. It might be a perfectly smooth, dense riverstone, worn to a glass-like finish by centuries of tumbling in the Nile's currents, and then selected by you for its comfortable fit in your hand and its flawless surface. Or perhaps it's a large, glossy cowrie shell, its curved back providing an ideal burnishing edge. Some more affluent workshops might even possess a tool of polished ivory or a dense animal bone shaped specifically for this purpose. the exact materials preferred for polishing tools, whether specific types of dense river stones, large marine shells like cowries, or even specially shaped and highly polished ivory or bone burnishes, probably varied by workshop tradition and the desired finish, though the aim was always to employ a hard, smooth and non-abrasive surface that wouldn't snag, tear, or discolor the precious papyrus. Today you select your favorite river stone, its surface cool and slick against your palm, a familiar friend in this final stage of creation. You lay the papyrus sheet flat on your working surface, the recto side, the one with the horizontal fibers destined for the primary inscription, facing upwards. You hold the sheet steady with one hand, spreading your fingers to apply gentle, even pressure, and with the other, you begin to rub the smooth stone across its surface. You start at one edge and work your way across using long, steady, overlapping strokes. The pressure you apply is firm, but not heavy. You are not trying to further compress the sheet, but rather to smooth down any microscopic roughness, to lay flat any tiny rebellious fibers that might have lifted during the drying process, and to impart a subtle sheen, a soft gleam to the surface. The sound is a quiet rhythmic whisper, a soft sh, 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 as the stone glides over the dry papyrus. It's a dry, papery sound very different from the wet squishes and tears of the earlier stages. It's a sound of finality, of completion. As you rub, you can feel the texture of the papyrus changing beneath the stone. What was initially a slightly resistant matte surface begins to yield to become smoother, slicker, almost silky to the touch. You can feel the stone gliding with increasing ease as the friction lessens. It's the ancient Egyptian version of buffing and waxing. But for a document that might record a pharaoh's decree rather than the shine on his chariot, you work with a patient, repetitive motion back and forth, ensuring that every part of the surface receives the same careful attention. This is not a task to be rushed. A hasty or uneven polishing job could leave some areas rough, causing the scribe's pen to catch or the ink to bleed, while other areas might be over-polished, perhaps even thinned or weakened. The goal is a uniform, almost imperceptible gloss, a surface so smooth that, as the old craftsman's boast goes, a fly would slip and break its leg if it dared to land there. Not that you particularly want flies or any other insects, for that matter, performing acrobatics on your finished product. A very fine, almost invisible dust, composed of the tiniest particles of papyrus fiber, might be generated by this process. You might occasionally pause to gently brush this away with the side of your hand or a soft, dry cloth if you have one. You can also see the visual transformation. The matty, slightly porous look of the dried sheet gives way to a subtle, attractive luster, a soft sheen that catches the fading light. The papyrus seems to come alive under the polishing stone, its surface awakening, becoming more refined, more inviting. It's like giving the papyrus a final high-end spa treatment to prepare it for its grand literary debut, or perhaps just its role in recording how many sacks of grain were delivered to the temple granary. The importance of this smooth surface cannot be overstated, especially for the complex hieroglyphic script or the flowing cursive of hieratic. Scribes, particularly those working on important religious texts, royal correspondence, or fine literary compositions, prized papyrus that offered minimal resistance to their reed pens. The finest grades of papyrus known in antiquity, the ones that fetched the highest prices and were sought after by the most discerning clientele, were characterized by their incredible smoothness and almost glossy finish. This final polishing stage was therefore critical in determining the ultimate quality and value of your work. You are not just finishing a sheet, you are crafting a premium writing experience. As you work, a faint, pleasant warmth might develop in the papyrus sheet itself, a result of the gentle friction. Some artisans might have held the belief that this warmth generated by the rhythmic rubbing imbued the sheet with a certain vitality, making it more receptive to the heka, the magic or spiritual power of the words that would eventually be written upon it. Or perhaps it was simply a comforting sensation, a sign that the material was responding to your touch, yielding its final perfection. There's also a quiet belief among some that a truly well-polished sheet sings softly to the scribe's pen, guiding it effortlessly across its surface. Whether it sings or not, you certainly want to avoid it groaning or complaining. You pay particular attention to the recto side with its horizontal fibers, as this is where the primary text will almost certainly be written. Once you are satisfied with its smoothness, you might flip the sheet over and give the verso side with its vertical fibers a somewhat lighter polishing. While the verso was often rougher, a degree of smoothing would still improve its usability if it were needed for additional text or notes. No electric polishers or automated buffing machines here, just your own steady hand, your patient rhythm, and the smooth, cool kiss of your trusted stone or shell. The light outside continues to fade. The first stars might be pricking the deep velvet of the evening sky. The sounds of the village are softer now, more subdued. Perhaps the distant sound of a flute or the rhythmic beat of a drum from a neighbor's evening gathering drifts on the cooling air. Within your workspace, the only sound is that persistent whispering, rub of stone on papyrus, a quiet industry in the twilight. You are lost in the repetitive motion, your focus entirely on the feel of the surface beneath your tool, striving for that perfect, almost liquid smoothness. After a considerable time working by the dimming natural light, and perhaps the growing glow of your small oil lamp, you decide the task is complete. You run your fingertips lightly over the surface of the papyrus. It is transformed. It feels cool, incredibly smooth, almost like a piece of fine, thin leather or a very smooth, dense fabric. It has a subtle, elegant sheen. Any hint of roughness is gone. The fibers are perfectly laid down, compacted and burnished. This is no longer just a sheet of dried plant matter. It is a perfect canvas, a pristine vehicle, ready to receive the thoughts, the laws, the stories, the sacred words of your civilization. You lift the finished sheet carefully. It is beautiful. Pale, smooth, strong, and flexible. You might hold it up, admiring its even translucency against the last light or the warm glow of your lamp. A quiet pride swells within you. From the muddy banks of the Nile, through countless stages of meticulous labor, you have brought forth this object of utility and potential beauty. You might stack it carefully with any other sheets you have finished today, perhaps placing it between two flat boards to keep it perfectly flat and protected until it is needed. The air is cool now, and the day's work, this long, intricate journey from marsh reed to polished page, is finally truly done. The papyrus waits silent and perfect for the scribe. A few days pass, days filled with the now familiar rhythm of your craft. More journeys to the whispering marshes, more careful cutting, more patient stripping, slicing, soaking, laying, pressing, and polishing. The sun climbs and descends, marking the passage of time, not by the ticking of an unseen clock, but by the length of shadows and the subtle changes in the air's temperature and humidity. Your collection of finished papyrus sheets has grown each one a pale, smooth testament to your diligence. They are stacked neatly in your workspace, perhaps pressed lightly between two flat wooden boards to keep them perfectly flat and protected from the ever-present dust, awaiting the discerning eye of a buyer. Each sheet, you feel, carries a little piece of the Nile's soul, a little bit of your own patient energy. Then one late morning, when the sun is already high and casting sharp, clear shadows, a figure approaches your humble dwelling and workshop. You recognize him from a distance by his measured gait and the way he carries himself, upright with a certain air of quiet importance that sets him apart from the more boisterous farmers or laborers. It is Nebson, a scribe from the local temple, a man whose entire existence revolves around the elegant dance of reed pen on papyrus. He is in a very direct sense the ultimate consumer of your art, the one for whom all this wrestling with reeds and meticulous layering is ultimately intended. His visits are infrequent but significant, usually indicating he has a substantial project underway, or that his existing supplies are dwindling. Nebson is a man of middle years, his head impeccably shaven in the manner of priests, and many officials a practice that speaks of cleanliness and ritual purity, and perhaps also a practical adaptation to the Egyptian heat. His linen kilt is of a finer weave than your own simple garment, its whiteness almost dazzling in the bright sunlight. He carries his scribal palette tucked under one arm, a rectangular wooden or ivory board with two shallow depressions for cakes of ink, typically black from soot and red from ochre, and a slot to hold his carefully selected reed pens. He might also have a small stoppered pot for water to moisten his ink, and perhaps a burnisher of smooth stone or ivory for making corrections, or polishing small areas of a scroll. He is the epitome of a highly skilled professional, a guardian of words and records, in a world where literacy is a rare and powerful gift. You greet him with the customary deference, a slight inclination of your head, a murmur of respect. He responds with a curt nod, his expression serious, almost stern. Scribes are not known for their effusiveness. Their work demands precision, concentration, and a certain gravitas. There's no idle chatter, no inquiries about your family's health or the price of barley in the market. This is business, the serious business of procuring the essential raw material for his sacred and administrative duties. He inspects each sheet you produce with the keen, unwavering intensity of a modern art critic at a prestigious gallery opening only with significantly more at stake for your immediate livelihood. You carefully bring out your latest batch of finished papyrus sheets, perhaps 10 or 20 of them, laying them one by one on a clean mat spread in the most well-lit part of your shaded workspace. Each sheet is a pale, creamy rectangle, its surface polished to that subtle, inviting sheen. You handle them with a reverence that mirrors their potential. These are not just blank pages, they are waiting vessels. Nebson crouches or sits beside the display, his movements economical and precise. He picks up the first sheet, his clean, slender fingers uncalloused by manual labor, like your own, treating it with an almost clinical delicacy. He holds it up, angling it towards the light, his sharp eyes scanning its entire surface. He is looking for any imperfections, unevenness in thickness, discoloration specks, or blemishes within the fibers, tears or areas where the lamination might be less than perfect. He runs his fingertips lightly across the recto, the side, with the horizontal fibers assessing its smoothness, the quality that will most directly affect the flow of his pen. You resist the urge to hold your breath or to point out that you practically wrestled a grumpy hippopotamus, metaphorically speaking, of course, in a sun-baked marsh for that very sheet. He might unroll a small knotted cord from his kit, a rudimentary measuring device, to quickly check the dimensions of a few sheets, ensuring they conform to the expected standards, especially if they are destined to be joined into a longer scroll. Temple accounts, for instance, or copies of religious texts like hymns to Osiris or Ra, or perhaps even sections of the Book of the Dead being prepared for a wealthy client, often required scrolls of a considerable and consistent length. The quality and uniformity of your papyrus would directly reflect on the temple's prestige and the scribe's own professionalism. Then he might test its flexibility, gently rolling and unrolling a corner, listening for any hint of crackling that might indicate brittleness or poor fiber cohesion. He examines the edges, looking for any fraying or weakness. He may even bring the sheet close to his nose, sniffing it subtly, though what he is smelling for, perhaps a lingering dampness or a hint of mildew if it wasn't dried perfectly, is known only to him. It's a thorough, almost forensic examination. No online reviews or star ratings for your humble papyrus shop, just the direct, discerning and somewhat intimidating gaze of this very important customer. You just hope he isn't having a bad papyrus day and feeling inclined to be overly critical of your perfectly good batch. Whether scribes like Nebson typically purchased their own papyrus directly from independent makers like yourself, or if materials were more often centrally procured and distributed by the larger temple estates or state institutions they served, likely varied depending on the scribe's individual status, the specific project, and the economic organization of the particular temple or region during that period. Sometimes a temple would have its own papyrus plantations and workshops. Other times, independent craftsmen filled the need. Your relationship with Nebson is probably a long-standing one, built on a mutual understanding of quality and fair exchange. He makes soft, non-committal sounds as he works, a faint a slight clearing of his throat. These are impossible to interpret. Is that a of approval or a of doubt? You wait patiently, trying to maintain an expression of calm confidence in your product, while internally you might be calculating how many of these sheets he needs to take to ensure you can trade for that extra measure of Emma wheat or that new sharpening stone you've had your eye on. After examining several sheets with this painstaking care, Nebson might finally speak. His voice is usually low and measured. These three, He might say, gesturing with a long finger towards a small selection, are acceptable for the temple inventory scrolls. The surface is well polished and the fibers are evenly laid. He then picks up another. This one shows a slight discoloration near the edge, and this one, he indicates another, has a small patch where the fibers are not as compact. These would not be suitable for the new copy of the hymn to Hapi that the high priest has commissioned. You nod, accepting his judgment. Scribes knew their materials. A flaw that might seem insignificant to you could be a major impediment to him, potentially causing his pen to snag his ink to bleed, or the finished scroll to look unprofessional or worse, disrespectful, if it were a sacred text. The hierarchy of papyrus quality was well understood from the finest, almost translucent, hieratic grade reserved for the most important religious and royal documents, down to coarser, thicker sheets, used for everyday tallies or rough notes. The negotiation, if it can be called that, is usually brief and to the point. There is no loud haggling. He states how many sheets of the acceptable quality he requires. You state your price, which is likely not in minted coins. Widespread coinage is still some way off in many periods of Egyptian history. But in equivalent values of other essential goods, measures of grain emmer or barley jars of beer or wine lengths of linen cloth, or perhaps even other craft items. It's a complex system of barter and equivalencies, one that everyone understands. He might make a counter-offer, a slight adjustment, and you would find a mutually agreeable point. The transaction is recorded not on a slip of paper, ironically enough, but in the memory and perhaps later in his own accounts. As he prepares to depart, carefully placing his chosen sheets into a protective leather satchel, or perhaps rolling them loosely and tying them with a linen cord, he might briefly mention the nature of his current work. The inundation records this year are extensive. He might comment, "The Nile has been generous, praise be to Hapi. Many new land boundaries will need to be recorded." Or, "We are preparing a new amuletic text for the overseer of granaries. He seeks protection from, well, from the usual afflictions of high office." These small insights into his world, the world of words and records, are a reminder of the ultimate purpose of your labor. You are not just making blank sheets, you are enabling the machinery of state, the rituals of religion, the preservation of knowledge. One odd detail you've noticed about scribes like Nebson is their almost fanatical concern for their reed pens. They will spend hours shaping them, trimming the tips to the precise angle and fineness for their particular hand and the script they are using. And their ink palettes with those cakes of rich black carbon ink and vibrant red ochre ink. The red often used for headings, dates, or to highlight important words or quantities, are their constant companions, almost extensions of their being. You sometimes wonder about the occupational hazards of his profession, the eye strain from poring over tiny characters in dim light, the sore back and shoulders from hunching over low writing tables for hours on end. Scribe's stoop is probably a well-known ailment in his circles. With a final curt nod, Nebson departs, his selected papyrus secured. You watch him go, his upright figure receding down the dusty path. There is a sense of relief that the inspection is over and the transaction successful, mixed with a quiet satisfaction. Your best work has found its purpose. You turn back to your remaining sheets, some of which he accepted, others he did not. Now you are left to assess these, the slightly imperfect ones, the ones with the minor flaw, or the almost imperceptible blemish. They too have potential, just perhaps, for a different, less exalted destiny. You gather the remaining sheets of papyrus, those that Nebson the scribe, with his discerning eye and exacting standards, deemed unsuitable for the temple's most prestigious records, or the high priest's sacred hymns. These are not necessarily ruined sheets, not entirely. Many are perfectly good, perhaps, with just a tiny blemish, a slight unevenness in color that only a connoisseur like Nebson would fuss over, or a corner where the lamination isn't quite as flawlessly invisible as he would prefer. In a world where every resource is valuable and every finished sheet represents hours of your labor, nothing that can be salvaged is lightly discarded. This is where another, perhaps less celebrated but equally important aspect of your craft comes into play: the patient art of mending, of coaxing imperfection towards utility. This is the ancient Egyptian scratch and dent section, but you are the one meticulously buffing out the scratches and trying to undent the dents. You spread out one of these seconds on your smooth-working stone, the light from the open doorway or a nearby window, now softened as the afternoon progresses towards evening, illuminating its surface. You examine the flaw that caught the scribe's attention. Perhaps it's a small tear near the edge, a tiny rip that occurred during the drying process, or when the sheet was being handled. Or maybe it's a small patch where the fibers are a little rougher, where your polishing stone didn't quite achieve that perfect glassy smoothness. It could even be a slight discoloration, a pale brownish spot that hints at some minor impurity in the original pith. Each flaw presents its own unique challenge, its own puzzle to be solved with care and ingenuity. For a small tear, your approach is one of almost surgical delicacy. You might take a tiny, almost invisibly thin sliver of leftover papyrus pith, perhaps saved from the trimmings of a previous sheet, or even a single strong fiber carefully teased from a waste piece. Your adhesive is nature's own, or a close cousin, a little fresh, sticky sap, carefully expressed from a piece of scrap papyrus pith, or perhaps a minuscule dab of a very thin, clear paste, made from the finest sifted emmer flour and a drop of water. Some makers might even know of a specific plant, a humble weed perhaps, whose crushed leaves yield a surprisingly effective, almost transparent mucilage, perfect for such delicate work. You apply the tiniest amount of this adhesive to the underside of the tear, or to the minute patching sliver using a pointed piece of smooth bone, or a finely tapered wooden stick. Then, with fingers that have learned to move with the precision of a spider spinning its web, you carefully align the torn edges, perhaps coaxing them back together so they meet perfectly, and then press the tiny reinforcing sliver firmly but gently into place on the verso, the less critical backside of the sheet. You might then place a small, smooth pebble or a tiny piece of polished wood over the mended area and leave it to dry completely, the gentle pressure ensuring a strong, almost invisible bond. It's like performing delicate reconstructive surgery on a very, very thin patient. If the floor is a rough patch, an area where the surface texture isn't quite up to par, you might return to your trusty polishing stone or shell. This time, however, your movements are even more localized, more focused. You work on just that small problematic area, applying gentle but persistent friction, coaxing those rebellious fibers into submission, smoothing them down until the texture matches the surrounding well-polished surface. It requires a sensitive touch. Too much pressure could thin the papyrus dangerously or even create a new, worse flaw. You listen with your fingertips, feeling the subtle changes, the gradual yielding of the material. Discolorations are often the trickiest imperfections to address. Some, if they are deep within the fibers, are simply there to stay character marks that designate the sheet for less formal uses. But if a stain is very superficial, a mere smudge of dust, or a faint water spot acquired during drying, you might attempt a very gentle, very careful abrasion with the finest, smoothest part of your polishing tool, or even with a piece of dried, rough horsetail reed, which has a natural grittiness. This is risky work. Removing a layer of papyrus, however thin, can weaken the sheet. It's a last resort undertaken with much caution and a silent prayer that you don't make things worse. If only they had invented tiny invisible erasers. Back then your life would be considerably easier. Whether papyrus makers themselves commonly undertook such intricate repairs on seconds to improve their saleability for a slightly less discerning market, or if this level of detailed conservation and mending was more often the domain of experienced scribes or temple archivists attempting to preserve existing damaged documents of value, is not always definitively clear from the textual and archaeological record. However, it stands to reason that a craftsman would want to maximize the utility of every sheet produced, minimizing waste and ensuring a wider range of products to offer. These mended sheets might not fetch the premium price of Nebsen's selections, but they would certainly find a home with students practicing their hieroglyphs, merchants keeping track of their goods, or individuals writing personal letters where absolute perfection was secondary to affordability and function. There's a quiet satisfaction in this resourcefulness in transforming a potential reject into a perfectly usable, if slightly less pedigreed, writing surface. There's a peculiar intimacy to this mending work. You are up close and personal with the very structure of the papyrus, seeing its vulnerabilities, its strengths. You learn to read its language of fiber and texture. You might discover that a well-mended tear with its tiny, carefully applied patch is actually stronger than the surrounding material. Some might even hold a quiet belief that a mended sheet, having overcome an imperfection through your skilled intervention, possesses a certain enhanced resilience, a stronger spirit, or more character than its flawless brethren. It's like a veteran soldier bearing his honorable scars. Each repair tells a small story of survival and care. No official warranty is offered on these slightly imperfect, lovingly restored sheets, but they come with a silent guarantee of your best effort. You work patiently sheet by sheet, addressing each minor flaw with focused attention. The light in your workspace continues to soften as the afternoon wanes. The sounds from the village are changing too. The more industrious noises of midday are giving way to the sounds of evening preparations, the calls of children being summoned home, the lowing of cattle returning from pasture. Your own movements are quiet, rhythmic. The soft scrape of a polishing stone, the gentle tap as you press a patch into place, the almost inaudible rustle of the dry papyrus as you handle it. It is a peaceful, absorbing task, a counterpoint to the more vigorous labors of harvesting and pressing. Sometimes you might use a single strong papyrus fiber, carefully teased out almost like a thread to reinforce the very edge of a tiny tear that threatens to run. You would make a series of minute, almost invisible stitches or loops, a technique requiring incredible eyesight and a rock-steady hand. It's the ancient equivalent of preventative medicine for paper. The goal is always to make the repair as unobtrusive as possible, to restore the sheet to a state of quiet integrity, so that the eventual scribe might barely notice the intervention, their pen gliding smoothly over the mended area, as if no flaw had ever existed. As you finish mending the last of the salvageable sheets for the day, a sense of quiet accomplishment settles over you. You have not created new papyrus in this past hour or two, but you have conserved, you have restored, you have imbued these slightly less than perfect creations with renewed potential. You stack them carefully, perhaps, in a separate pile from Nebson's pristine selections, ready for a different type of customer, a different purpose. They are a testament to your thrift and your comprehensive skill. The air flowing through your workshop is definitely cooler now, carrying the fresh, clean scent of the approaching evening. The fiery colors of the sunset have faded from the sky, replaced by the soft, deepening blues and purples of twilight. Your day, a long cycle of creation, from the watery marsh to these dry, mended sheets, is drawing to its natural close. You feel the familiar weariness, but it is a good weariness, the kind that comes from a day filled with purposeful, tangible work. You stretch your arms, reaching towards the deepening indigo of the twilight sky, a sky now pricked with the first shyly emerging stars. The satisfying ache in your muscles, a familiar companion after a long day's labor, speaks of honest effort and tasks accomplished. The last of the salvageable papyrus sheets has been mended, its imperfections addressed with your patient skill, and it now rests with its brethren, awaiting a less discerning, perhaps more practical customer than the stern-faced Nebson. The air, which only a few hours ago shimmered with the sun's fierce heat, is now noticeably cooler, carrying a gentle, refreshing breeze that whispers through the fronds of the nearby palm trees and rustles the dry thatch of your dwelling's roof. It's a welcome coolness, a soft caress on your skin, signaling the true end of the workday and the beginning of the evening's reprieve. With slow, deliberate movements, you begin to tidy your workspace. This small shaded area, which has been the stage for so much transformation today, from wet raw reeds to polished near-perfect sheets, must now be put to rest, just as you will soon be. You carefully gather your tools. The smooth, heavy river stone, your faithful polisher, is wiped clean of any fine papyrus dust and placed in its designated spot, perhaps a niche in the wall or a sturdy wooden box. Your collection of slicing implements, the sharp flint flakes, the precious sliver of obsidian, or the fine bronze blade, are meticulously cleaned and stored away, their keen edges protected, ready for the next day's delicate work. The larger, rougher tools, like the harvesting sickle, are also cleaned of any lingering mud or plant matter and hung securely. Order and care for one's tools are the marks of a true craftsman. They are your partner's extensions of your own skill, and they deserve respect. If there are any papyrus strips still soaking in their shallow trays, perhaps prepared late in the day and destined for tomorrow's sheet making, you ensure they are well covered perhaps with another damp linen cloth or a tightly woven reed mat to protect them from the night's chill, from inquisitive nocturnal creatures, or from too much dew. The finished sheets, both the prime quality and the carefully mended ones, are already stacked, neatly pressed lightly between boards to maintain their flatness, safe and secure. Your workshop, which is essentially an extension of your home, slowly transforms from a place of active labor back into a quieter, more domestic space. The exact demarcation between work and home life for ancient Egyptian artisans like yourself, who often lived and worked within the same domestic compound, sometimes with various family members participating in different aspects of the craft from a young age, is often difficult for later historians to define precisely from archaeological remains alone. For you, it's a fluid boundary, shifting with the light and the demands of the task. As you work, the sounds of the village around you are undergoing their own transformation. The more robust, industrious noises of the day, the distant clang of a metalsmith's hammer, the rhythmic thud of a potter's wheel, the shouted commands of a herdsman, have largely faded. They are replaced by a softer, more intimate soundscape. You hear the murmur of voices from neighboring courtyards as families gather, the gentle laughter of children whose games are now less boisterous, more contained by the growing darkness. Perhaps from a nearby dwelling comes the faint melodic sound of a reed flute, being played, a simple plaintive tune drifting on the cool air, or the rhythmic cadence of someone telling a story, their voice rising and falling in the age-old patterns of oral tradition. The crickets and other nocturnal insects are beginning their nightly symphony, a surprisingly loud and persistent chorus that will provide the soundtrack for the hours of darkness. They don't take requests, unfortunately, but their chirping is a constant, familiar part of the Egyptian night. The smells of the evening are also distinct. The dominant aroma is now that of cooking fires. Wood smoke, fragrant and slightly acrid, drifts from countless small hearths, mingling with the savory scents of the evening meal being prepared. Perhaps the smell of lentils stewing with herbs, fish grilling over embers, or flatbreads baking on hot stones. These are comforting communal smells, speaking of sustenance and the fellowship of the shared meal. The damp, earthy scent of the Nile, always present, seems to grow a little stronger in the cool night air, and you can almost feel the dew beginning to settle on the sparse vegetation, a silent blessing from the heavens. The sharp green scent of fresh papyrus that clung to your workspace all day is now more subdued, a lingering background note. You step out from under your awning, away from the immediate confines of your workshop, and look up at the sky. It is a breathtaking spectacle. The last vestiges of sunset are a faint, deep bruise of purple on the western horizon, while overhead the stars are emerging in their countless thousands, scattered like diamond dust across a vast, dark cloth. Without the glare of a modern city's artificial lights, the ancient night sky would have been a canvas of unimaginable brilliance and depth. You might identify familiar constellations, those celestial patterns that your ancestors have watched for millennia. Perhaps you see Sa, the stellar form of Osiris, with his distinctive belt of 3 bright stars, beginning his nightly journey across the heavens, a cosmic parallel to Ra's daytime voyage. And there the unmistakable shimmering band of the Milky Way, the winding waterway, or the Nile of the sky, as some might call it, a river of stars echoing the life-giving river at your feet. These celestial bodies were not just pretty lights. They were integral to the Egyptian worldview, to their calendar, their agriculture, their mythology, and their understanding of the afterlife. The sky was a sacred book, open for all to read if they knew its language. The village is now switching to evening mode, which generally involves less frantic activity and more huddled lamplit conversations. You see the warm flickering glow of small clay oil lamps in the doorways and windows of neighboring homes casting dancing shadows, creating islands of soft light in the growing darkness. Silhouettes of people move within these illuminated spaces. The pace of life has tangibly slowed. Animals are settled in their pens for the night. The occasional soft lowing of a cow or the bleating of a goat can still be heard, but these are sleepy, contented sounds. The village dogs, which roamed with such boisterous energy during the day, are now quieter perhaps, curled up at a threshold, their ears still alert, but their bodies at rest. As true darkness settles, other creatures of the night begin to stir. You might hear the sudden sharp bark of a desert fox in the distance out on the edge of the cultivated land, or the soft, almost inaudible flutter of bats as they emerge from their daytime roosts to hunt insects in the twilight. The geckos that patrol your walls, your tiny household guardians, become more active, their sticky feet allowing them to defy gravity as they pursue moths and other nocturnal prey drawn to the faint light of your lamp. It's a different world that awakens when the sun departs, a world of shadows and whispers of furtive movements and unseen lives. You take a deep breath of the cool, clean night air. It feels good in your lungs after the heat and dust of the day. The weariness you feel is profound, but it is the satisfying weariness of accomplishment. You have worked hard, transformed raw nature into objects of utility and potential beauty. You have provided for your family, contributed to your community, played your small but vital part in the great ongoing tapestry of life in Kemet. There are no time clocks to punch, no factory whistles to signal the end of your shift. Your workday is dictated by the sun, by the demands of your craft, by the needs of your customers, and by the limits of your own endurance. And now that day is done. Time to clock out from Papyrus Productions Unlimited and clock in for extreme relaxation and sustenance, Ancient Egyptian Home Edition. Your workspace is now tidy, your tools secure, your precious papyrus safely stored. The remnants of your labor, the pile of discarded green rind, the faint scent of drying pith, are the only lingering evidence of the day's intense activity. You turn from this place of creation and look towards the entrance of your dwelling. Perhaps a warm, inviting light spills from the doorway, and you can hear the soft sounds of your family within. The enticing aroma of the evening meal, whatever simple, nourishing fare it might be, now seems to beckon more strongly, promising comfort, connection, and the replenishment of spirit as well as body. You step across the threshold of your dwelling, leaving the deepening twilight and the cool caress of the evening breeze behind you, and enter into the familiar, comforting embrace of your home. The air inside is warmer, carrying the rich, savory aroma of the evening meal simmering over the small hearth, a scent that immediately speaks of sustenance of family, of the day's labor drawing to a satisfying close. A single clay oil lamp, its small flame unwavering in the still air, casts a gentle flickering golden glow across the single room, illuminating the simple furnishings. The rolled-up sleeping mats, the few sturdy pottery jars for water and grain, perhaps a low wooden stool, and creating soft dancing shadows in the corners. It's not a grand space, but it is yours, a haven of peace and familiarity in a vast and often unpredictable world. Your spouse looks up as you enter, a quiet smile of welcome gracing their features. They might be tending to the cooking pot, stirring its contents with a wooden spoon, or perhaps mending a garment by the lamplight, their hands moving with a practiced rhythm. If you have children, they might be playing quietly on a mat in the corner, their hushed voices and occasional soft laughter a gentle counterpoint to the bubbling of the stew. Perhaps a young child, hearing your arrival, runs to greet you, small arms reaching up, their face alight with the simple joy of your return. You return the greetings, your voice softer, now the weariness of the day still present, but overlaid with a sense of contentment. The transition from the solitary focus of your workshop to the shared warmth of your home is a balm to the spirit. The precise division of domestic labor within the household for tasks such as grinding grain, a daily arduous chore, baking the coarse essential bread, brewing the slightly sour but nourishing beer, and preparing the daily meals in artisan families like your own, and how it might have varied based on the season, the economic status of the family, or the specific demands of your papyrus making craft, is an area where direct textual evidence is often sparse. Scholars often supplement this by studying domestic architecture. Food remains found in household contexts, and the vivid, though often idealized, depictions of daily life in tomb scenes. It's likely a shared effort, a partnership where each member contributes to the smooth running of the household, a microcosm of the larger societal need for cooperation. You might help with the final preparations for the meal. Perhaps you pour fresh water for washing hands, a more thorough cleansing now than the quick rinse you managed at midday. Or you might lay out the simple eating utensils, which for most ordinary Egyptians consist primarily of their own fingers, though a small sharp bronze knife for cutting tougher items, or a simple spoon carved from wood or bone might also be used. The table is likely a clean reed mat spread upon the packed earth floor around which the family will gather. There are no elaborate settings, no unnecessary fuss. The focus is on the food and the fellowship. The evening meal itself is often a little more substantial, a little more varied than your solitary midday repast of bread and onion. Tonight perhaps it's a thick, savory stew of lentils and assorted vegetables. Onions, leeks, garlic, perhaps some chopped gourds or melons, if they are in season, all simmered slowly over the hearth until tender, seasoned with a pinch of salt and perhaps some ground coriander or cumin herbs that grow readily in small kitchen gardens or are easily traded in the local market. Alongside the stew, there will of course be more bread, the ever-present staff of life, torn into pieces for dipping into the flavorful broth. There might also be a small bowl of fresh, crisp radishes or cucumbers if your small garden plot has been productive, and to drink more of the cool, slightly tangy beer, or simply fresh, cool water from the jar. No artisanal sourdough or vintage wine pairings here, just good, honest peasant fuel. But when shared with loved ones after a hard day's work, it tastes finer than any banquet served in a nobleman's villa. You settle down on the mat with your family. The oil lamp casts a warm, intimate glow on their faces, highlighting a child's wide, curious eyes, the gentle lines of experience around your spouse's mouth. For a few moments, the only sounds are those of eating. The soft slurping of stew, the tearing of bread, the quiet sighs of satisfaction. The hunger which had been a dull ache is now being pleasantly sated. The warmth of the cooked food spreads through you, a comforting internal glow that mirrors the lamplight. Then, as the initial edge of hunger subsides, the conversation begins to flow soft and unhurried. You might recount some small detail of your day. The quality of the reeds in a new section of the marsh. You explored the brief stern visit from Nebson. The scribe, the satisfaction of perfectly polishing a particularly fine sheet of papyrus. Your spouse, in turn, might share news from the village, who had a new baby who was preparing for a journey, a small squabble that erupted at the well, or the price of fresh fish brought in by the river traders that morning. It's the original family group chat, conducted face-to-face, with significantly fewer distracting notifications and a much higher quality of shared presence. If you have children, they will often be eager to share their own small adventures, a game they played with their friends, a strange beetle they discovered something amusing a neighbor's donkey did. Their stories are told with an unfiltered enthusiasm, a charming disregard for strict chronology or logical flow, perhaps accompanied by a great deal of interpretive dance and strategically dropped breadcrumbs for emphasis. You listen patiently, offering a smile, a nod, a quiet question savoring their youthful energy and their unique perspectives on the world. Family was the absolute cornerstone of ancient Egyptian society. Children were not just a joy, but a vital economic and social asset expected to support their parents in old age and, crucially, to ensure the proper continuation of funerary rites that would guarantee a smooth passage into the afterlife. The evening meal is a time to reinforce these essential bonds of kinship and affection. Sometimes, after the main meal is cleared away, a simple process of rinsing the few clay bowls and perhaps sweeping any crumbs to the ever-watchful geckos. The storytelling might continue. You or your spouse might recount one of the ancient tales, stories of gods and goddesses, of cunning heroes and foolish mortals, of magical creatures and distant lands. These stories passed down through generations are not mere entertainment. They are a way of transmitting cultural values, of explaining the mysteries of the world, of connecting the present generation to the vastness of its ancestral past. Perhaps tonight it's a story about Isis and her cleverness in protecting her son Horus, or a comical tale about the misadventures of a baboon who thinks he's a scribe. The children listen, rapt, their eyes wide in the lamplight, their imaginations painting vivid pictures from your words. The evening's entertainment program might not include high-definition streaming services, but guess that shadow puppet made with your hands against the lamplit wall, or who can tell the tallest tale without laughing can be surprisingly engaging. Before or after the meal, there might be a small informal act of piety directed towards the household gods. Many homes would have a small niche or shelf dedicated to protector deities, like Bez, the comical lion-maned dwarf god, who guarded against evil spirits and watched over childbirth and children, or Taweret, the hippopotamus goddess, another fierce protectress of mothers and infants. A tiny offering, a pinch of incense thrown onto the hearth embers, a drop of beer poured onto the floor, a small piece of bread left out, accompanied by a whispered word of thanks for the day's blessings and a plea for continued protection through the night, would be a common, almost unconscious part of the evening routine. These are not the grand, elaborate rituals of the state temples, but the intimate, personal expressions of faith that permeated daily life. Some families might even engage in simple games in the evening. Perhaps a variation of Senet, that ancient and beloved board game of passing through the afterlife, played with a crudely drawn board on a flat piece of wood, or even scratched into the earth using pebbles or date pits as playing pieces, or simpler games of chance with marked sticks or knucklebones. Laughter in an ancient Egyptian home was as essential as bread. There's an old belief, too, that sharing food and stories within the family circle also nourishes the spirits of the ancestors. The Aks, who are believed to remain connected to their living descendants and appreciate these tokens of remembrance and continuity. As the evening wears on, a gentle drowsiness begins to settle over the household. The oil lamp burns lower, its flame smaller and more subdued. The children's chatter subsides, their eyelids growing heavy. The conversation between you and your spouse becomes softer, more intermittent, punctuated by comfortable silences. The day's energy has been spent, its tasks completed, its small dramas played out. There is a profound sense of peace, of security in this small lamp-lit space, surrounded by the quiet breathing of your loved ones. The cares of the world outside, the demands of the marsh, the scrutiny of scribes, the uncertainties of the harvest, seem to recede, held at bay by the simple, powerful magic of home and family. The last remnants of the meal are put away. The sleeping mats are unrolled, ready to receive weary bodies. The final preparations for the night are made. You might step outside for a moment into the cool, dark courtyard to look up at the brilliant tapestry of stars one last time, feeling the immensity of the cosmos and your own small yet significant place within its grand design. The Nile, unseen in the darkness, but ever present, whispers its ancient song nearby. The deep call of sleep, the body's natural yearning for rest and restoration, is now undeniable. You return from the cool darkness of the courtyard, stepping back into the dim, familiar confines of your dwelling. The single oil lamp, its flame now burning low, casts long flickering shadows that dance upon the mud brick walls, making familiar objects seem strange and mysterious. Your family members are already settling onto their respective sleeping mats, their movements slow and quiet, their voices, if they speak at all, mere whispers. The day, with all its labors and small triumphs, has finally exhausted its claim on them and on you. You might take one last small sip of cool water from the communal jar, the liquid feeling refreshing in your dry throat. There are no elaborate bedtime rituals here, no lengthy ablutions, beyond the simple washing you performed earlier. You shed any outer garment if you wore one, preparing to sleep in your simple linen kilt or tunic, the fabric soft and worn against your skin. The air inside the hut is still carrying the faint lingering scent of the evening meal, the dry earth of the floor, and perhaps the almost imperceptible fragrance of the lamps burning sesame or castor oil. With a sigh that carries the weight of the entire day's exertion, you lower yourself onto your own reed mat. It creaks softly, a familiar, almost comforting sound. The reeds are smooth in some places, slightly rough in others, a texture your body knows intimately. It's not the luxurious softness of a noble's feather-stuffed mattress, not by a very long measure. Your reed mat is not exactly premium memory foam, but it is your accustomed bed, and tonight it feels like the most welcoming surface in the entire world. You adjust your position, perhaps curling onto your side or stretching out on your back, seeking that elusive point of perfect weary comfort. You might have a small firm headrest made of wood or stone, as was common, or perhaps just a folded piece of linen to cradle your head. You close your eyes. The darkness behind your eyelids is profound, a velvety blackness that seems to absorb all thought, all worry. For a few moments, the after-images of the lamplight or the brilliant stars you gazed upon just moments before might dance there, faint phantoms of light. Then they too fade, leaving only the deep, restful dark. Your body seems to sink into the mat, into the cool earth beneath every muscle, surrendering to gravity, to the profound call of repose. The aches and strains of the day, the twinge in your shoulder from carrying the papyrus bundles, the stiffness in your back from bending over your work, are still present, but they are muted now, distant echoes rather than sharp demands for attention. They are the honorable scars of your labor, proof of your contribution. The sounds of the night, which were a general backdrop when you were outside, now become more distinct, more intimate, filtering into your consciousness as you lie in the quiet darkness. The ever-present chorus of the crickets and other night insects seems to swell, a vast, intricate symphony played on 1,000 tiny instruments. From somewhere in the village, a dog barks once, twice, then falls silent. Perhaps you hear the distant, mournful hoot of an owl, the feathered hunter of the night, as it begins its silent patrol. These are the familiar sounds of your world at rest, the sounds that have lulled generations to sleep along the banks of this ancient river. And beneath it all, like a vast, gentle heartbeat, is the Nile's own night song. It is a complex melody woven from many subtle threads. There is the soft, almost inaudible lapping of water against the muddy banks, a sound so gentle it's more felt than heard. There is the rustle of the reeds in the marshes, whispering secrets to the night breeze, a sound you know so well from your daylight hours, but which takes on a different, more mysterious quality in the darkness. Further afield from the deeper waters or the marshy edges comes the distant resonant croaking of frogs, a deep sonorous chorus that seems to rise from the very heart of the fertile land. Occasionally, you might even hear the faint, almost imperceptible creak of a wooden boat moored along the riverbank, shifting with the slow current. This constant, gentle melange of river sounds is the true lullaby of Kemet, a timeless song that has cradled its people in slumber for untold ages. No need for a specially curated white noise machine when you have the authentic, all-natural, multi-channel surround sound of the Nile and its associated nocturnal performers. Your thoughts begin to drift untethered now from the focused demands of your craft. They float like small reed skiffs on a calm canal, moving without clear direction, bumping gently against the shores of memory and fleeting sensation. You might briefly picture the pale, perfect sheets of papyrus you created today, their smooth surfaces waiting for the scribe's hand. Or perhaps a fleeting image of the vibrant green marsh, the sun glinting on the water. These images are soft, hazy, like watercolor paintings seen through a thin veil of mist. You're not counting sheep to fall asleep. You're probably counting papyrus stalks harvested, or maybe the number of times your back complained during the pressing stage. Sleep in the ancient Egyptian understanding was more than just a physical rest. It was a journey, a temporary departure of the the soul aspect that could travel from the physical body, the cut. The night itself was a time of cosmic significance. While you slept, Ra, the great sun god, was believed to be making his perilous journey through the Duat, the shadowy underworld battling the forces of chaos embodied by the monstrous serpent Apophis to ensure his triumphant rebirth at dawn. Your own small nightly surrender to unconsciousness was a microcosm of this greater cosmic drama, a trusting release into the unknown with the faith that you too would reawaken with the morning light. For protection during this vulnerable time, many might keep small amulets near their sleeping place, perhaps a wadjet eye to ward off evil, or a figure of the household protector, God Bess, with his fierce comical grin, believed to be especially vigilant against the dangers of the night. Perhaps you have such a small, smooth charm tucked under your mat, or hanging from a nearby peg, its silent presence a small comfort in the deep dark. Dreams, too, held significance. The exact nature of ancient Egyptian beliefs surrounding the content and prophetic power of everyday dreams experienced by ordinary people, as opposed to the highly significant divinely sent dreams recorded by royalty or priests and interpreted by temple specialists, is still interpreted by scholars through a limited number of surviving dream interpretation texts, such as the famous Papyrus Chester Beatty III. But it is likely that even common folk paid attention to their dreams, seeing them as messages, omens, or perhaps just strange nocturnal wanderings of the soul. Some might even practice simple rituals to encourage good dreams, or ward off nightmares, such as drinking a soothing infusion of herbs, or if one were more affluent, a little warm milk sweetened with honey before retiring. The darkness in your dwelling is almost absolute. The oil lamp has long since been extinguished or has burned itself out, leaving only the faintest lingering scent of its fuel. There is no moon tonight, or if there is, its light does not penetrate the thick mud walls and the small high ventilation slits. This is a darkness that modern city dwellers accustomed to the pervasive glow of artificial illumination can scarcely imagine. It is a deep enveloping blackness, a return to the primordial state before creation. Yet it is not a frightening darkness, it is a familiar darkness, a restful darkness, the darkness of the womb of the earth of the deepest sleep. Your ancient Egyptian equivalent of doom-scrolling before bed is probably just staring into this impenetrable darkness and fervently hoping that Ra gives Apophis a particularly good thrashing tonight so the sun can indeed rise tomorrow. The cool night air circulates gently through the room, a soft breath against your skin. The reed mat, though far from luxurious, conforms to the shape of your weary body, offering what support it can. Your breathing deepens, becomes slower, more regular. The tension in your muscles continues to release, an unwinding, a letting go. The sounds of the Nile, that constant gentle song of water and reed and distant frog, seem to grow softer, more distant, as if you are slowly drifting further away from the shore of wakefulness. The boundary between the world and your consciousness becomes blurred, indistinct. The last coherent thoughts dissolve like mist in the morning sun, replaced by a drifting, peaceful emptiness. You are surrendering to the profound, restorative power of sleep, your body and mind finally yielding to the day's accumulated fatigue, cradled by the ancient rhythms of the night and the timeless lullaby of the great river. The work of the day is done. The papyrus wrested from the marsh, transformed by your patient hands, now waits. And you, its creator, also wait in the quiet sanctuary of sleep for the sun's return, for the renewal of strength, for the gentle call of a new dawn. And so, as you lie there cocooned in the warm, familiar darkness of your Egyptian home, the weariness of the long day settles upon you like a soft, heavy blanket. The last echoes of the village sounds the distant bark of a dog, the final sleepy chirp of a cricket, all begin to fade into a profound and welcoming silence. All that remains is the ever-present gentle murmur of the Nile, a timeless river sighing its ancient secrets to the listening stars. Let that sound be your guide now, a soft rhythmic current, drawing you further and further away from the shores of wakefulness. Feel the last vestiges of tension release from your shoulders, from your arms, from your legs. Your breathing is slow and deep, each exhalation a quiet letting go, each inhalation a peaceful acceptance of rest. The darkness behind your eyelids is a canvas of velvet, soft and deep, and endlessly comforting. There is nothing left to do now, nothing to think about, nothing to hold on to. There is only this moment, this peace, this gentle descent into the deep restorative well of slumber. Allow yourself to drift, to float, to sink effortlessly into the quiet embrace of a truly restful sleep, cradled by the ancient land and serenaded by the Nile's eternal peaceful night song.